space. I said we're chasing something beautiful, or get out my way. Through all the power trips, the cowardice, the pleasure and pain, I found that me, God, and the devil are all one and the same. I'm at my end. You're a monster. You told me from the start I'm making. Oh, you acting like you my friend, you know nothing about me. I'm ready to ascend, you can tell what about me. Motherfuckers all pretend, but the day ain't doubt me. I'll stick it to the plan, bitch, I'm moving devoutly. I've already found me, you all love the waistline. I'm hearing it loudly, climbing up the grapevine. I'm up in the canopy, way above the baseline. Invert the polarity, put a hole in space-time. To pay the cost of my regime, I started staring at the screen. Now I know everything. Boy, I know everything. And now I'm staring at the seams, and only God can hear my screams. 'Cause I know everything. Boy, I know everything.
Open your eyes. Just breathe. Breathe. Don't look up. I don't want to lose you. Stop. Talk to me.
You wanted to know where I've been? Now you'll find out.
I got a tab on my tongue going 25 over the speed limit, I'm bugging.
Good afternoon, Kagato. How are you doing?
What kind of release putting your trust in? Yeah. Get out my car at the beehive. I heard the queen died of corruption. So I wanna hollow my funds, honey. Keep that on teabag in the cup. 'Cause you gave me the butterflies now. I'm staying up all night, so what can I do to make me get over you? I'm letting go of all of my vices. I'll make the sacrifices, all I can do to make me get over you. I wonder where I went. Trip once for fun and I'll turn like a man. We can blame this on ignorance. I'm falling apart.
Awesome, Kagato. Definitely post them in self-promo. I'll check them out later. Bro, I saw you saw my tweets. That was in reference to the son of the CEO of YouTube died at 19, suspectedly from a drug overdose. Dude, that's just insane to me. That's so fucking young.
Still down on your knees saying you love it. Eating butterflies now. I'm staying up all night. So what can I do to make me get over you? I'm letting go of all of my vices. I'll make the sacrifices. All I can do to make me get over you. I'm falling apart. Did I really start that trend?
Yeah, and there's like, there's already people memeing about it and being just complete assholes. I feel so bad for his family. It's such a big issue though, like especially like during the pandemic, like like the past few years, like on Facebook, I've seen so many of my friends grieving other friends and family members from overdoses. And it's so sad, man. It's so sad. The world is not right how it is right now. People need to understand, like, how badly we need to just, like, be able to empathize with each other and treat each other like humans and stop demonizing addicts, because there's so many young people dying. There's, like, kids dying. Not even people who are 19, but even younger than that. There's kids dying. Hi, Kellogg. We were just talking about the news. I made a tweet today about like testing substances. I know you guys have heard me talk about that type of thing like a lot, but the son of the CEO of YouTube just passed away. He was found unresponsive, suspectedly from an overdose. Oh, I didn't read that yet, Kagato. I just post song lyrics sometimes. It's not like super deep, but I like kind of resonate with it. But yeah. No worries, Kagato. I appreciate history and learning more about it. Exactly, Kagato, exactly. And it's like, yeah, there's like people, like bad people bringing this stuff in and making this stuff, and that's like a part of the issue. But yeah, it's like the culture we have. Yeah, it's rough, man. My brother actually, who I haven't spoken to much, I know I tweeted this, but he's currently in rehab. He tried to call me the other day, but I tried to call him back and I didn't get a response. I don't think they let him have his phone all the time, but yeah. I was thinking of drawing him something, like a little like good luck thing while he's in there. I started sketching up the rough draft. I gotta charge my iPad though. But yeah, it's rough, man. It's rough. And it's like the stigma around it it's like it really fucks you up, because I love my parents. I love them so much, but that's actually like when I started microdosing mushrooms for my depression. My dad had such a like hardened negative view on drugs that he's like, you're just a druggie, when I was like doing something that like helped me, and it helps a lot of people actually. Yeah, it's just that stigma around it can be really, really isolating. And then, yeah, when people are like using substances and then they're isolated and ostracized and shamed, it's like they can easily like spiral downwards further and not get back up. And it's really sad. Yeah, I wish him the best too. Yeah, I haven't seen him in years, so probably after he gets out, I'd like to see him again. How are you guys doing today? How's your guys' day going? Sorry, it started really heavy. I'm just like, that's what I woke up to today, and I'm like, I had fucking crazy dreams last night. Like, the very end of my dream, I was like killing a demon that had just killed my baby. Like, it was fucking weird, man. It was unsettling to say the least. Yeah. Anyways, good morning, guys. Good afternoon. I slept in today. It's Sunday. Is it Sunday? I think it's Sunday. So I was like, I'll let myself sleep in today. I've been waking up and doing stuff every day. Yeah, dude, it was unsettling. And then I woke up to that news and I'm like, I'm a little shooketh right now. I'm a little bit shooketh. How have I been other than killing demons? Good. I've been good other than that. Past few days have been kind of like melancholic, but I'm coming out of it. Getting stuff done, getting ready to move here. Our move out date, the final date we can be here is March 5th, so I'm trying to... Kellogg, thank you for gifting a sub to Beast. Thank you. Thank you so much. But yeah, so I'm trying to get everything done before, so I don't have to rush. So we're gonna do some more packing today, and I'm going to try and maybe plan out some cosplays and outfits, so I just have only the things that I need laid out, and I don't have to, like, think about it too much. Start sweating as a demon? I mean, just don't kill my baby Kagato. Like, the thing is, me and the demon were chill. Me and the demon were chill beforehand. The demon was like, I have this thing in my dreams where it's like the houses keep changing and shifting, and it was like being remodeled, and then there was this area where it was like an old house that had been torn down in this like slope, and then going down like the slope there was like a place you had to like jump over, and then all of a sudden it got like flooded with water. And the water was like really clear though. It wasn't like scary water. And then this is gonna be really dark, trigger warning. So the demon is like, okay, so the baby was my brother. My brother was in the house. The brother that I just talked about. My brother was in the house, and the baby was like a baby version of my brother. Oh my god, this is getting deep. I'm gonna like cry. I'm like putting the pieces together of this dream, and it's gonna make me cry, man. This is actually like deep and fucked up. So there was a demon that took my baby brother and in the water, and they were like swimming together, and I thought the demon was fine, and like they were like swimming together, and then the demon starts drowning my brother, and then and he kills him, and then the water turns red. And I'm like, what the fuck? And, the demon's like, I took him. I'm like, oh my god, bro, this is actually really fucked up. I'm connecting this. Holy shit. And then I ended up killing the demon. And I, like, kept going back to sleep because I'm like, no, I can't, like, let this be how it ends. And then I killed the demon. I killed the fucking demon. And then I woke up. And then I, like, open my phone, and then I see that on the news. And, like, so now I'm, like, putting this together, and I'm like, is the demon, like, addiction? Like, holy shit. This is fucking me up. I stabbed that bitch. I cut his arms off. I went Super Saiyan on that bitch. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. Wow. Wow. That's heavy. Whew. Damn, dude. Addiction is a bitch. Yeah, I was just talking about a dream I just woke up from. I woke up around, what time is it now? I woke up around noon, so I woke up a couple hours ago. But, like, I woke up to some heavy news related to that too, Jerome. So it's, like, connecting for me, and I'm like, holy shit, like, addiction is scary. Addiction is really scary. Yeah, I mean, I fought the demon and I won, so, but... Oh, man. I'm okay, though. Hi, welcome, chat. Oh, wow. And it's like with my brother, like, our relationship is estranged, and there's, like, stuff that came up there, and, like, resentments, and, I thought I was never gonna talk to him again. Never again, you know? Kellogg, thank you so much. Thank you for gifting a sub to Jerome. Thank you. How are you doing today, Kellogg? How are you doing today, Jerome? How's everybody doing today? I started kind of heavy. Sorry, guys. Welcome in. But yeah, but like knowing that he's like still struggling with addiction and just in the same space and just around like other addicts, and now he's been to rehab before, but he's in it again, and I'm really hoping that this is the time, and I feel like I'm personally ready to reconnect with him more and be more of a support system. But yeah, you're battling your own demons. Damn, man, we're all battling demons sometimes. It's just how it is sometimes. Oh, man. Oh. It feels good to, like, get that off my chest, though, because I was, like, super disorientated after that dream. But now that we're, like, talking about it, I kind of connect it in that way, and that, like, makes more sense to me. That, I feel like that's a good way for me to process it. Yeah, man. I was a whirlwind, though. Yeah, addiction is a bitch. Be kind to people, man. You are a demon, though? I mean, we're all a devil and an angel, depending on circumstances, in my opinion. Oh, man. And it's like, I don't know. I feel like there's a healthier way to, like, I guess, kind of, like, make peace with your demons. Like, say, like, for me, like, I use some substances. I use weed. I use mushrooms sometimes. It's balance, really. And, like, people are prescribed, like, Adderall and different things. Like, it's about how you use it and how you take care of yourself, in my opinion. There are certain drugs that are just way more dangerous than others, though. And certain demons that are more dangerous. Like, say, like, one of my demons is, like, a history of self-harming. That is, like, something that I need to cope with. I don't want to give in to that demon, you know? Because that was a dangerous one. Like, I don't want to go down that route anymore in my life. Hello, Vaspire. How are you doing? Welcome in. Sorry, I paused the music because of the soundy sound. I'm gonna put on a different song, though, I think. Give me 1 second. Blessed. Have you ever had a dream that you died and went to heaven? Something like that. Sometimes when I'm vibing and trying to feel badass, there is a Conan the Barbarian line where someone is like, this, it will protect you from evil, and Conan and his friend... Catlog, thank you for gifting us up to Kagato. Thank you so much. Laughes and looked at them and said, I am the evil. Yeah. What is that? What's that break-ins line? What song is that? Is it Deepfake? Or is it, me, God, and the devil are all one and the same. Intellectual greed. Last stream I remember vividly, I was walking through an empty city and being followed by this couple. After a while, they attacked me, and after a long battle, they both stabbed in the chest, but nearly missed my heart, and I was able to lop their heads off. Damn, bro, that's intense. You guys have any interesting dreams last night? Hi, Bryce. Thank you for the heart me. I just saw that. Thank you so much. I gotta bring more pillows in my pillow fort. I think we're gonna pillow fort it up until I move out, guys. I think that sounds like a good plan. I am the evil. That's the thing, though. Like, I feel like a lot of people can, like, look at things in a very binary way, like good versus evil. But I feel like when you recognize the evil within yourself, you can be less afraid of the evil outside of you. There's some quotes that kind of, like, go along with that. I can't think of them off the top of my head, though, but I would say definitely from my experience of knowing myself and knowing other humans, we're all a mixture of both. Some leaning more on one side than the other, and some coping, saying that I'm a good person. Like, I'm entirely a good person. I've never done anything wrong. I would never do that bad thing that that person did. But then you're not in that circumstances of that bad person. So it's, like, hard to say what you would do if you're really not in that person's shoes. Yeah, I've never met, like, a thoroughly, through and through, just good person. Most good people, like, the best people I know will acknowledge their downfalls. They'll acknowledge their faults. They'll acknowledge like when they're not good, or they haven't been good, or they struggle with these things. Yeah. I think I get a lot of imposter syndrome when people are like, you're a good person. I'm like, I have fucked up so much. Like, I don't want to traumatize. Well, I'm a person. If I inspire you, that's cool. If you think I'm good, that's cool. If you think I'm evil, that's cool. I just, yeah, can only be me. That's also a quote. That's also a song, Mars Argo. I can only be me, man. That's all I am. Whatever that is, whatever that becomes. You don't remember your dream from last night? Sometimes it'd be like that. I often don't remember my dreams, but when I do remember my dreams, I'm like, what the fuck? Are you okay up here? But then a lot of people have crazy dreams, so I'm not just the only insane person. I like having dreams though. They're kind of fun, even if they're scary. Right, Beast, just like no in between. Sometimes I'll remember bits and pieces and then I'll get like frustrated because I'm like confused trying to remember, because I'm like, it feels like, especially when it feels like the dreams are meaningful in some way, and then I'm forgetting pieces, I'm like, fuck, I can't rewind. It'd be really cool to be able to record your dreams though someday. 3 common things in all my dreams are there's a mint color sea that's always visible. Whoa. I'm always carrying a sword, and depending on the dream, I either have the sword on my back or I'm holding in my left hand ready to draw it in a moment's notice. Are you left-handed? There are a few shows where the good guy is battling the bad guy, and then the bad guy is too strong, and they only win when they realize that the evil is a part of them. They need to embrace it. If you don't vocally talk about your dream or write it down, you'll forget. Yeah, that was my thing yesterday. I had a dream about a friend, and I had the urge to tell them I had a dream about them, and it was more vivid in the moment, but then I was like in that kind of burden wound, and I'm like, oh no, I don't want to tell them. I don't want to like be too much or like weird or anything, so I'm not going to tell them. But then I ended up telling them later in the night after I took my happy little microdose for the day. And then I was like, fuck it, I'll tell them. And then they actually had a dream about me too. And they asked what my dream was about, and I couldn't remember it. I'm like, it wasn't like that crazy, I don't think. It was more of a chill dream, but they were in it, and it was very like much like real life. But yeah, then they told me they had a dream about me not too long ago, and they were like, I don't think they would mind me sharing this. But this actually meant a lot to me. They said that they were like processing my point of view and trying to understand me more from my trauma from being homeless. And I was like, damn, like that's actually really cool. And so I elaborated a little bit more like where I was at with it. Cause I would say I'm still, even though it's years later, I have like the maladaptive coping mechanisms from being homeless and like isolating myself, if that makes sense. So I was kind of like unpacking that a little bit, and I like thanked them. I was like, thank you for like, yeah, even if it's like their subconscious, like trying to understand my perspective, because that's like rare. Not everyone will try and do that for you. They'll see the maladaptive coping mechanisms or like how you're like weird or whatever, and they'll be like, that bitch is, I can't handle that. And they don't want to understand. So when somebody like actually is like, I want to understand you, it's like, whoa, that's like actually means a lot to me personally. Yeah. Your brain tried to get rid of the memory. Yeah. Well, I think just naturally we forget. Yeah, I don't know. Life and consciousness and dreams are so interesting. So interesting. Has to happen in the first few hours. Yeah. If you're doing dream and shadow work, dream journals are important. Yeah, I really should start my dream journal back up. I was doing it for a while there, but I haven't been recently. I actually kind of stopped journaling entirely for a minute here, which I, not only dream journaling, I want to get back to regular journaling as well. Oh, you can use a sword in either hand. Nice. Nice.
Something beautiful, or get out my way. Through all the power trips, the cowardice, the
Pleasure and pain. I'm not me, but I'm the devil, or a woman the same.
You told me from the start. I'm
Making evil art.
nothing about me. I'm ready to ascend. You can tote about me. My focus on pretend, but the day ain't doubt me. I'm sticking to the plan, but I'm moving devoutly. I've already found me. You all love the wasteland. I'm hearing it loudly, climbing up the grapevine. I'm up in the canopy, waiting for the baseline. If we're the polarity, put a hole in space time. To pay the cost of my regime, I started staring at the screen.
We're gonna be grungy and hang out for a bit, but then Ryder's at the store actually getting me like a brand new towel because our dryer's been broken, and it's been taking forever to dry things. So he's bringing me a new towel, which we kind of need anyways. And then I'm gonna take a shower, and then I'm gonna like come back and we'll probably do makeup or something. Oh god. Okay, yeah. TMI. TMI for Twitch. Yeah, exactly, Kellogg. That actually happened to me as well. I used to be a very artistic person and like very poetic, very deep. Like as a teenager, I was very emo. I had a lot of feelings I was processing through. And yeah, I would journal them and I would make drawings, and yeah, my dad would go through my journal and he would like cherry pick certain things and he would be like, what is this? Like, what's wrong with you? Why are you making this? I think the first thing was like a drawing, and it was like I drew a skull and crossbones because like emo, whatever. I drew a tree, and then I drew a heart and a rainbow, and I think it said, like, I was just, like, conceptualizing, like, life, and so I think I wrote, none of the words were meant to be in order, but, like, it was, like, hate, love, life, death, and it was, like, in different corners, and it was just little doodles, but he would, like, find these, and he would, like, kind of, yeah, just get worried his kid was gonna grow up to be a psycho, so he would, like, punish me for it. But I think with, like, artistic expression, it's, like, something to have a conversation about, right? Like, if your kid starts making more, like, dark art or, like, wondering about death and stuff like that, or being more emo, like, that's a conversation to have. But don't shame or punish your kid, in my opinion, when they're, like, conceptualizing these things. Hello, Cassie. I hate to break it to you, you still are those things. Bro, the emo phase never ended. It's not a phase, Mom. It's not a phase. But yeah, that's just the way I've always been. And so not everyone is like that. And also, like, my dad had a lot of stuff from his life he hadn't processed. And there's actually this really good video about anger I shared. I know Teal Swan is kind of like controversial, but she did this video recently on anger that I really liked, because that's a theme that I've very much struggled with in my life. Is my dad was always an angry person, and I just couldn't understand why, and I would be kind of like scapegoated and blamed for it. And yeah, so this video, I might actually watch it with you guys, actually helped me conceptualize that, because then in my relationships I would get into, like, I would be with men who couldn't control their anger, and I just would feel, like, lost and scared and, like, traumatized and just not okay. And now, at 27, I struggle with my anger. I also struggle with my anger a bit as a teenager, because it was, like, when someone's telling you that you are the problem and, like, that type of mentality, it's like you don't know what to do with that, like, because, like, no matter how hard you're trying, if you're still just not good enough, like, that energy goes somewhere, you know what I mean? Sorry, let me scroll up in chat. I'm a little behind. Oh, you meant artistic. Okay, yeah, I'm still artistic. But yeah, I was like a hopeless romantic when I was like from the age of 12. Like one of the big rifts that kind of started between my dad and I when I was like coming of age was when I was 12. I had a long distance boyfriend who was, I think he was 14. And that was like one of the less problematic things that was going on in my romantic life as a teenager. And so I was talking to him on the phone, and this was before any like bad stuff. And I was talking to him on the phone. I think this was like one of my first ever boyfriends, and I told him I loved him on the phone, and my dad was listening in on the other phone. And my dad comes out fucking pissed off that I was on the phone with someone telling them I love them, and like just so angry. And I was just like such a hopeless romantic, especially because like the friction at home, I was very much like seeking out like love and acceptance. But yeah, man. Writing with my left hand is like impossible. It's way too shaky. I can remember the pain and injuries in my dreams. That usually helps me piece together what happened in the dream. I think that's why my dream today was so vivid, was because I don't, like, my dreams aren't usually like me inflicting pain on anyone. Like sometimes they can be messed up and like confusing, but like I've never killed a demon in my dream, bro. I've never done anything like that. So it was like very intense. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, mean artistic. Also, it's funny how like the lack of thinking of physiological things and concepts, you can't have conversations and help your kid. Like everything is literal. Yeah, like there wasn't a lot of like philosophy in my home. Like my dad was very religious. I love my dad, by the way. We have come a long way with our healing journey together. So this is all in the past. I want to also say that. But there was not a lot of philosophy. It was very strictly religious, but also like religious in the way like he would hate the church because of like how they would act sometimes, but he had his own like way of seeing things, and it was very rigid and very trauma based, it felt like. And yeah, the video that I was talking about, we'll get into that a little bit, is like, yeah, it was very, like, he had a really, really hard life. So then it was like, it was hard for him to empathize with other people, I feel like, because not many people empathized with him, and he kind of had to do it all on his own, if that makes sense. You see your kid talking about things that are hard, and you're like, you're a pussy. Yeah, exactly. I get the same shit for my rents and I'm 37, don't feel alone. Yeah, absolutely. It's like the older generation beast. And like, it's like the thing with my family is, and this is stuff that I've unpacked with my dad later on in life, is the way he was treated growing up is like the generation before us. And like, you know, like the generation before my dad and the generation before my grandma, literally like there were slaves. Like, my grandma was alive in the generation of, like, segregation and everything. And it's like they're traumatized. It's generational fucking trauma. It's like they don't know how to cope with it. So they just, like, do their best and kind of, like, project their trauma a little bit because it doesn't really get addressed properly or healed. And then it just kind of passes on. This is something my mom's a lot younger than my dad. And my mom would tell me this a lot growing up. And it's still resonates with me. My mom's a very sweet person. I love her so much. But to break the cycle, she would say that a lot. But yeah. Bro, you dad hear a kid say I love you and you get mad. The problem is not you. See, okay, so I think specifically, like the fact that he could not see that a kid said that. Yeah. So that specific trauma, I can garner this empathy now, but back then I was like, what the fuck, this is bullshit. My sister, in the age, because I have an older sister and an older brother that are half siblings, and they were around more like in the age of like the very beginnings of the internet. Like we had dial-up, like AOL, that type of thing. My sister lived with us for a bit, and she was talking to people online, and people would show up at the house for her that were like much older. And my sister kind of shared with me, like, as we got older, she was in some dangerous situations, which, like, yeah, I was in some dangerous situations too, talking to people online that I probably shouldn't have been. So it was like fear-based. My dad was like predicting like the same thing would happen, so he felt like instilling fear into me and like punishing me was the way to keep me safe. But I personally completely disagree with that parenting style, especially when there's kids who struggle with like trusting authority and trusting their parents. If you just try and instill fear in them, they're probably going to disobey and not respect your authority as much. Versus if you have that open-minded conversation and like say maybe if at the time he tried to get to know the person I was talking to more, something like that. There's a lot of different ways it could have gone, but yeah, it was like a trauma response. He was like in fear, so he's like, okay, I need to make her fearful of what could happen because I'm fearful of what could happen, which I just don't think that's the way. Are you more religious or spiritual than anything? I'm leaning more towards spiritual. I like to explore all religions and kind of see where they overlap and what resonates like with my soul. But I do think that a lot of religions have some like really cool things to teach. I'm more of a philosophy, explore everything, very agnostic kind of person. Yeah. I get that dads are scared to see their kids start to date and say I love you, but that's no excuse to freak out like that. Yeah, for sure. Not sure if you are able to fix it, but you're a little washed out. A lot of like, hey, I don't want to be perceived right now. Just listen to my beautiful voice, okay? My mother went through living with an abusive alcoholic father, so she still has a lot of mental problems. Yeah, and it sits with you. She never got help or talked to anybody. That's hard, man. Hi, Kira. Hello, love. No, you're all good. Welcome in. Hi, Valley. Welcome in, guys. I'm a little behind on chat. Sorry. Yeah, that stuff sticks with you, and it's like, there's the saying, right? Like, time heals all wounds. But in my opinion, it can help dull the pain. It can help dull the wound. But if it's like a severe wound, and this is kind of what I was referencing earlier with my friend who I was talking to last night, who acknowledged that I still have trauma from homelessness. That's 100% true. I've only briefly been in therapy since being homeless, and I still have this like survival mentality, you know what I mean?
I'm perceiving you.
No, Kellogg! I love you. Thank you for the biddies. But yeah, I definitely still am affected by that mentality, and I'm actually really excited to get into a therapist that I can unpack more of that with and articulate my experiences and process them more, because I've talked with like people online about it, I've talked with friends about it, and it's still very like this friend that I was talking to, when I was at her place in 2019, I was doing mushrooms, and I started talking about like, Kellogg, thank you for gifting a sub to Kira, thank you so much. I started talking about like a little bit of my experience, because like I took the shrooms and I began to like hard disassociate. I was like disconnected, like they were talking, and I just like I was overthinking everything. Like literally every word they would say, I would just sit there and overthink it, and I would judge myself, and I would be like, they hate me, everyone hates me, I'm worthless. Like I'm crying thinking about this. That's why I need therapy, right? But that's my mentality a lot of the time. And it does, like, it comes from childhood trauma, but also like being homeless. It's like you're just like looked at as you're like disgusting. Like there are people like that like kill homeless people, you know what I mean? Like people take advantage of you, like fucked up shit happens. So I just had that mentality, and then they started to like ask me questions, and I started to feel nauseous, and I like one of the friends there like helped me do breath work and like breathe through what I was feeling. But what I really needed was to like get it out. And so I started purging. I started like exorcist vomiting in the trash can, and then I began to like tell a story, like a story that I've told a little bit before, but really get into what it felt like to be there in that moment. And it was so terrifying. And I was just sobbing and articulating like what I went through. And then they were like kind of like helping me change my perspective on it a little bit, and showing me how strong I was for being able to get through that and to find the best possible decisions to get me to where I am now. And yeah, like that was probably like in one sitting the most I had ever like actually processed it. But I still kind of in a way like retain that mentality. Yeah, and it comes from a lot of things. It's like unraveling the pieces of my life story and like putting them together and looking at them in the most empowering way, I feel like is what I need to do more. And yeah, like really keep going towards the good and not falling back into the same like survival mentalities. But yeah, welcome in, guys. Heavy stream so far, but I appreciate you guys so much. Thanks for being here. It's funny how all the dark history we think is so far back is like 1 to 2 generations back. Exactly, man. It's not that long ago. We have a lot of healing work to do. I might have saved it and I can show you guys it, but it was like a graph, and it was like slavery, segregation, present day. And like the fucked up shit was so much like more time than, you know, and even like the present day, like we still have messed up prison systems, messed up like foster care systems, like people struggling with addiction, homelessness, like, you know. Yeah. I also remember dreams that involved those I care about getting hurt because it upsets me so much. I had a dream my friend's BF cheated on her a few times already, and gets me so worried because it feels so real, and I get worried that it could happen later on or something. No. Same, it's so shitty to be parented like that. I rebelled like a motherfucker. Yeah, and I think that's the natural response for kids to do when they're raised in a way that just fundamentally doesn't make sense. And it's like kind of abusive, even if it's like there's a reason for it, like say it's like generational trauma. I feel like if a kid is raised that way, they're going to act out, they're gonna rebel, they're not gonna be okay with that. And I'm very much of the mentality that like, as much as parents raise the kid is like the new generation here to teach the parents as well. Like the kids will teach the parents as much, if not maybe more, than the parents end up teaching the kids. It's like yeah, it's like it goes both ways, and a lot of parents will parent in the way that's like, don't ask questions, don't question authority, do what you're told, do as I say, not as I do, which is a complete fallacy. Kids are going to learn from your behavior more than they're going to learn from the things that you say most often. Trying to fight fear with fear is like trying to put fire out with gasoline. Yeah, now he made you afraid of him, not then thing he was afraid of. Thank you for perceiving me, Kellogg. I appreciate you. I'll fix the cam in a little bit. I love you guys too, Kellogg. I love you guys too. Dude, I'm not exactly too healed up from losing my grandparents leaving me 2 years ago. I'm so sorry, Kira. I'm sending you so much love. Losing family is so hard. Can't relate to homelessness, but I've had close friends commit suicide, and it still haunts me 20 years later. I'm so sorry to hear that, beast. Keep their memory in your heart. Love them. Learn from them. I'm so sorry to hear that. I have self-medicated with weed ever since up until 3 years ago. Weed has helped me a lot. I think that there's a lot of validity in using like especially plant medicines to cope with things. I think the war on drugs has done a lot of damage, and I don't think there's any shame in smoking weed or even taking mushrooms if it helps you heal. It's just all about balance and making sure you're taking care of the other aspects of your life as well. Understand that, still trying to heal from the trauma of a death that happened 14 years ago and still end up sleeping the whole day away on February 10th. I love you so much, Kagato. I'm so sorry. Yeah, you're scrutinized easily when you're homeless. Not that you're not scrutinized in general. Yeah, valid. With, like, as society, we can overjudge each other a lot and project on each other a lot and mistreat each other a lot, but as, like, a homeless person, like, something that I really, like, felt when I became homeless was that I truly had hit rock bottom, and I was, like, the lowest of the low. Like, my self-esteem was so low. Sorry, he's, like, barking at someone pulling up in the driveway. My self-esteem was so low that I thought I was, like, the shittiest homeless person of all the homeless people. And even, like, I wasn't even good enough to, like, fit in with them. Like, I just, like, was so isolated in my mind. Yeah, and, yeah, like, when you're on the street and you're visibly homeless, like, you say you're disheveled, you look like you've been out there for a minute, you haven't showered, like, on the street, people will call them yuppies. Like, people will, like, say, like, if you're on the campus that are, like, going to school, they'll just be so busy, they avert their eyes at all costs, because it's, like, yeah, I don't know, some people will straight up ignore you, like, you'll, like, say something to them, and they'll be like, oh, crazy homeless person, and their fear response kicks in, which, to an extent, it can be valid, because some homeless people will rob you, but not everyone, very, very much not everyone. And I think even the people, like the homeless people that do crime, a lot of them probably wouldn't do crime if they had a place to live and food to eat, unfortunately. Love you so much, Jerome. I want to try ayahuasca, but not sure I can, because I hear you can have really bad trips. Yeah, Beast, I would definitely try other psychedelics before ayahuasca. Even then, it's like, make sure the place you're going is, like, you research them, you get reviews from them, like, look for the bad experiences and see how they were handled, because bad trips can certainly happen on, like, any psychedelic or even weed, but it's about how they're handled. And I think the really important part of, like, navigating bad trips is, like, being held by community and being in a safe space, where you're, like, mentally and emotionally and physically and spiritually, like, nourished. I think that's like a key component of, like, going to these new places that are popping up for psychedelic treatments. I've never personally been to one, and I'm actually really wanting to, maybe this year. So I'm thinking I probably wouldn't, like, vlog my entire experience, but at least, like, a portion of it and give you guys some feedback. Because I've met with some people in the industry and I've had conversations about, like, some of these retreat centers, and yeah, I really want to, but for me, it's just about picking the right place that really, like, calls to me. I know there's a lot of opportunities in Colorado, and in Oregon and in California. There's even some in, like, Kentucky, but I don't know, I have a little bit more reservations about, like, when I'm going to someone to do, like, a plant medicine, I want to really trust that that person has sat with that medicine a lot and they really know how to hold space and help you navigate through that. But there's a lot of people out there that are just like that, so you just have to make sure. Whatever empowers you and makes you happy, Cassie. If it's sex work, streaming, love seeing you happy, not having to for a few hours, just turn off from worries and love being with you in your company, and you're a cute person to be around. Thank you so much, Kira. You're so sweet. I feel that after my stints in the mental hospitals and therapy, I often teach them things about them that they don't remember or think they need help with. Yeah, that's valid. Completely. Like, people who struggle with mental stuff, I feel like can turn out to be some of the best healers, because they truly get it, One of the best people I ever met when I was in the psych ward, she had struggled with self-harm, and she put on System of a Down for us, and she was like talking with us about society and like why we feel the way we feel. It wasn't just like, you know, some of the nurses can be like, oh, you just need to take your medication, and they're like clocking in, clocking out kind of vibe. But you could tell she cared. She really cared. And that was really helpful to be around people like that when you're really like in the depths of it. I kind of stepped away from the psychedelic trips, enjoying the sympathize music. Wait, is that like a band? And yeah, there's like points of your life. I'm not saying like psychedelics are the cure-all to everything either, but they can help. They can help. They've helped me a lot. 'Cause it's like sometimes you don't even know why you're so depressed, and psychedelics can have a way of like really showing you like, this is what's going on, this is how you feel, and give you a chance to like process that better. And yeah, for me personally, it's really helped. I had to care for my roommate whenever he used, and made sure he was safe, and help navigate him when he started to freak out. Even after taking a cold plump to the ribs, I still looked out for him. Damn, Kagato, that's rough. What was he using? That's so rough. My last mushroom trip, I thought I died and haven't been the same since. I haven't smoked since I did last, and started hearing voices, which put me in the mental hospital the first time and put me on heavy antipsychotics. Damn, dude. That's rough. There can definitely be that, like, I don't know, like, ego death can feel like physical death for some people. I don't know. It's crazy. Definitely be careful. Set and setting is everything. That's why I think like it can be scary to kind of like, especially like I think microdosing by yourself is relatively fine. But like if you're gonna macrodose, I really think that you should be around people. I really think that that's important, because you don't know what's gonna happen, especially people who, if at all possible, people who know their stuff with psychedelics. Yeah. And a third vid done. Is it me, or does it take longer the more you upload in one setting? I don't know, Kagato. I'm not sure about that. Congrats on getting it done, though. Oh, I'm finally caught up with chat. Sorry, guys. Hell yeah, some of the therapists in mental hospital really help and care so much. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. All right. We're going to watch some videos, I think, guys. Now that I'm all caught up with chat. Thank you for being here, y'all. Let's see. I guess I'll put on that Teal Swan video first, because I was referencing it. We were talking about anger. Let me put it on the screen.
I don't know if I could tell you it's okay. Make in trouble, we won't ever feel the same. I'm steady trying to fix myself for you. Already went through the darkest hell for you, but it don't ever seem to change the fact that you lied.
Oh, dude, math is rough. Oh, damn. Oh, no. Yeah. Meth is rough. I personally don't recommend anyone uses meth, ever. Yeah, it's one thing to be prescribed Adderall or something, but I've seen meth fuck people up way too much. Kellogg, thank you for the 35 months with your Prime. How special. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Thank you guys for being here. Alright, let me see. How do I put this browser on? Oh, yeah, that's still rough. Oh my god. Alright, so this is a little bit of a controversial person for some people, but I really resonated with this video and thought it was helpful for me,
Animation
so
is hard.
let's
You
watch
have
it
to learn
together.
Blender's user interface, how to interact with multiple.
Anger is one of those things that can prove very difficult to regulate. When you struggle with
Yeah,
anger,
yeah,
you
she's
feel-
controversial. I personally, a lot of like of her advice has been helpful. Not all of it has been, but some of it was like the little click I needed, and I was like, oh shit, I'm not alone in this. Okay, yeah. So I am. I need a mentor or something, but I'm also anti-guru. I'm very anti-authority. I'm very anti-guru. I don't like follow everyone for or one person for like everything. I think humans just are flawed. But yeah, I think even the most flawed humans can say some good things, like Jordan Peterson saying, clean up your room. Like, okay, all right, called out. I guess I will. But you know, yeah, okay.
Like you have no
I just don't
concept-
want you guys to think that I'm like luring you into a cult or anything. Oh man. I'm not watching her because she's controversial. Sometimes I watch people because they're controversial. That's how I started talking to Destiny. Oh man, because I'm curious. Because like yeah, I'm just curious, man. Still not the worst injury I had. Held a cast iron to my shoulder when I was used as a human shield by this dude who was running from a woman. I'm 99% sure he cheated on. In college in Waco was a crazy time. Speaking of cults, Waco, Texas. That's crazy though, Kagato. I'm glad you're alright. Hey, we hear about all bad cult people. We don't hear about the cool cult people. Look at See, yeah, it's like an edgy thing online. It's like there's a part of the internet where cults are like the most evil, terrible, fucked up thing. And it also completely depends on the context of the cult. But then there's all like the edgy e-girls that are like, join my cults, like, you know? And then there's people that are like, a sex cult? I want to join. Like, it's all about perspective.
Over your reactivity. But one
Oh,
of the main
man.
reasons this is the case is that most people do not understand anger and the role it serves. If we don't understand anger and the role it serves, we can never hope to do the right thing when our anger arises. In this video, I'm going to take you deeper into the truth of anger to expose a pattern that keeps a person angry no matter how hard they try at anger management. And I'm going to tell you how to crack this pattern. Anger is a protector for a vulnerable aspect of ourselves. It is indicative of an internal split that is developed when a person learns, usually in childhood, that the people around them are not moved by their pain or pleasure. The person who employs the self-protection strategy of anger can find no predictable way to endear themselves to the others and their environment so as to ensure their own safety and well-being. Often on a subconscious level, they have learned that either one or some or all of the people in their environment are adversaries. As a child,
Why
this
is that,
person could
Kagato?
not escape by
Are they not doing it? Has it been only you doing it?
withdrawing or running away. They also could not find an effective way to fawn, and so they learned that they have one option for self-preservation, and that's to fight. When a person has already learned over the course of their life that their pain, fear, and vulnerability will not be lovingly responded to, it makes no sense to show it to others, or even to allow themselves to be aware of it. So all that vulnerability, all that fear, all that perceived powerlessness, all that pain is hidden behind the anger, which comes in as a protector of that vulnerability. If you want to learn more about this, I want you to watch.
Oh, during that instance. I thought you were talking about like present day. Damn, man. That's fucked up. Oh my god, the catnip and the fire. Oh man. But yeah, I've heard this before, that like anger is like a surface emotion, and that there's almost always like pain and like vulnerability and stuff that's like unmet behind that. I thought this video was really good. It really resonated with that. Yeah. Aww. Sending you so much love, Jerome.
Watch this video that I did that's titled The Link Between Anger and Vulnerability. But there is one main pattern that keeps a person stuck in anger no matter how much they work on their anger or the vulnerability below it. And that pattern is using anger as a form of self-loyalty. When we subconsciously see anger as a form of self-loyalty, we use anger as a way of enforcing our boundaries and best interests in a world that we are convinced doesn't care about our boundaries or our best interests at all. When we subconsciously see anger as a form of self-loyalty, we use anger to demonstrate firm allegiance to ourselves in a world that we perceive to be full of people we can't trust. This pattern forms in someone when they grow up in dysfunctional social systems, specifically ones that are riddled with betrayal, where the allegiance that is to be expected in a social system is either unpredictable or is not there at all. When a person has anger and self-loyalty linked, not getting angry feels like self-betrayal, and betrayal is such a deep trauma and wound for them that they would rather face any consequence that their anger invites than 1, to be the one who betrays, or 2, experience betrayal ever again, including, if not especially, at their own hand. They feel re-victimized by themselves when they don't get mad. On top of this, when a person has anger and self-loyalty linked, not getting angry makes it feel like the other person is just being let off the hook for whatever they did or are doing, and are getting a green light to keep hurting them. When a person has this pattern, they don't want to treat someone who harms them well, because doing so is like kissing the foot that kicked you, which feels deeply abusive and deeply disloyal to themselves. Usually a person with the anger self-loyalty pattern has also experienced betrayal trauma involving someone in their life being a bystander and or enabler of their harm. This is such a deep wound for them that they would rather face any consequence for their anger than to be a bystander to someone harming them, or worse, to enable someone to do so. If a person has this pattern, then working on their own anger actually feels self-abusive and like self-betrayal. Why? Because it feels like a form of scapegoating.
Thanks for the follow, ABC.
Is making them
Sorry, I'm gonna
the problem for
rewind
their
just a
anger.
little, guys.
Doing so is like kissing the foot that kicked you, which feels deeply abusive and deeply disloyal to themselves.
If you rewind in the VOD, ABC, I actually just I just said, like, I acknowledge she's a controversial figure, but I thought that this was I thought this was a good video. I resonate with it a lot. Yeah. I prefaced, like, if you rewind in the VOD, I'm fully aware of all the, like, allegations, controversy, all that. I know. Yeah, I tend to talk to a lot of people who are controversial, actually, or view their content, because I think humanity is just kind of a mess of humans, trying to figure shit out. Yeah, I've watched a few of her YouTube shorts. Weaver, thank you so much for the 69 months. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you for subscribing. Holy shit, 69 months. That's a long time. I've been watching Teal Swan since like 2019, I'd say, and a lot of her content over time, like some of it really resonated with me and made me feel like a lot less alone. And yeah, some of it didn't resonate so much. Yeah, the Ara is a subscriber. But yeah, I'm aware of the controversy. I went like on a TikTok rabbit hole. Yeah, man, life is crazy.
Usually a person with the anger
But this video I thought had good points.
has also experienced betrayal trauma involving someone in their life being a
So,
bystander.
I mean, we could, if you guys wanted, like, dive into the allegations. I did, and, like, some of them seemed kind of extreme. But like I was like trying to look at like the evidence, and yeah, I validate people's experiences, but I've had bad experiences with myself, and most people I've met at one point or another, they've done something fucked up, and I'm not going to isolate anymore and not listen to anyone or not talk to anyone because everyone's a little bit fucked up. I don't know. I kind of like to learn from people's philosophies, like, yeah.
And or enabler of their harm. This is such a deep wound for them that they would rather
Thank you so much, Weaver.
any consequence for their anger than to be a bystander.
You guys can look into it. I think if you just like Google or look on TikTok like Teal Swan allegations, you guys can probably find it. I know she did a like podcast recently where it's like a lot of stuff online, like there can be like a valid thing that someone did wrong, but it gets like very amplified and colored as like the entire person that they are. And that they just have malicious intentions. And I don't think that's necessarily true. But the podcast that I saw her on recently, she did touch on like the controversy, and like it seemed like accountable. But also like very much noting that like don't become a content creator unless you have something really important to say, because it is a very volatile job. Like people will take your mistakes and like everything about you and they'll pick it apart and they'll, you know, do their thing. But
someone harming them, or worse, to enable someone to do so. If a person has this pattern, then working on their own anger actually feels self-abusive and like self-betrayal. Why? Because it feels like a form of scapegoating. It feels like the world is making them the problem for their anger, rather than the other person / people for whatever harm they are doing.
After this video, I'll probably take a shower, guys.
Causing their anger to kick in. And so, working on their anger feels like they are agreeing to and going along with scapegoating themselves. To understand more about this, you can watch my video titled The Sickest Game You Can Play.
So earlier in the stream, some of you guys are just joining, but earlier in the stream, I was kind of like referencing my trauma with my family and how I felt like the anger was scapegoated onto me. I feel like that's where a lot of the anger came from, was like being a scapegoat for things that I knew weren't fair. And I would have to, in order to like maintain the peace, I would have to betray myself to like be accountable for things that weren't even necessarily my fault or something that was inherently wrong. But I would have to betray myself to keep the peace. And that's not a good thing to do. That's not a good thing to do at all. Me at the Catnip cult meeting, oh my gosh. Guys. Oh man. I don't want to be a cult leader. I'm too lazy.
The bottom line is, when anger is linked to self-loyalty, it feels like self-betrayal to not get mad and not fight and not insult,
too eepy.
and even to not be violent. And when faced with a lose-lose, which, let's face it, we tend to be faced with a lose-lose when it comes to getting angry or not getting angry. They will choose the consequences.
I fucking love
angry.
you.
So how do we crack this pattern? 1, we start with a huge dose of compassion by really acknowledging that if somebody has an anger self-loyalty
we're taking drugs now, guys. We're dosing compassion. Pass the cup around. Oh man. Don't drink the Kool-Aid unless it's compassion. It's not a job, so you being lazy is not a problem. It's a calling. Oh god, man. You don't have to be a workaholic to be a cult leader. You just need to be charismatic and know how to neg people. I don't want to neg anyone.
They have been mistreated severely, and by the very people who they should have been able to trust. The very people who should have been there for them. No matter how good their life may look on the outside, it is a gaslight. The deep reality of their life is that they have been alone, fending for themselves, without support and without allegiance, regardless of how many people may have been living with them or be living with them under the same roof. This means their world was and maybe still is not safe. It was and maybe still is dangerous. And all this is an indescribably painful experience that no being deserves to go through, and this mistreatment must be seen and acknowledged. Not made okay, explained away, minimized, justified, or denied.
Hello, my name is Daniel, and I made this painting.
All right, we're doing oil painting. Next cult meeting. I haven't done oil painting very much, so next cult meeting, bring the oil paints, guys.
Anger must be recognized, seen, heard, felt, and attended to. Anger covers and protects.
It's very black and white with her.
Yeah,
that was my reservation with it, ABC. I take breaks from her content because I'm like sometimes she's like very confident in things that aren't necessarily like absolutes. I'm always somebody who's like questioning everything. So yeah, I agree with that point. But sometimes the things she says, I'm like, okay, wait, that actually makes a lot of sense. So yeah, just like little anecdotes of things. There's also like, though with me, like with psychiatry and like psychology in its current state, I see like there's so much room to expand on things and to like learn more about things. So when I was a teenager, right, like, and psychologists would tell me, this is this, and this is what's wrong with you, and this is why, and it's just a chemical imbalance in your brain, and you need to take this medication, because you have anxiety disorder, you have severe depressive disorder, take these medication, you're gonna need to take them your whole life. So, I have an issue with, like, psychologists and psychiatrists speaking in absolutes as well. So anyone who speaks in absolutes, I'm like, you know, it's always good to question things in my opinion. But yeah, like some of this is very like resonates a lot with me, with my own anger problems and anger problems that I've been a witness to. Like I see the vulnerability that's actually behind that and the betrayal that's behind that. That makes sense to me. Adriox says, hello, welcome in. How are you doing today? I think the dogmatic stuff can be attractive because it's simple, but I think it's harmful. Yeah, Kellogg, I agree. Not sure if I can be in a cult since I'm a demon. Most cults don't allow them unless they're worshiping them. I wouldn't feel comfortable being worshipped for just being something and not doing anything other than fighting monsters. Yeah. I have too much imposter syndrome to be a cult leader. I'm like when people compliment me, I'm like, this is a trap. No. As well as like, yeah, it's too much work. It's too much expectation. Cause like, then like people are like coming to you for the answers. And I'm like, I don't fucking know, buddy. What do you think? Like, I don't know shit. But I know some things, but like, I don't know everything. I'm never gonna claim I know everything.
The level of their anger will fail. When you notice anger kick in, and it kicks in really fast, you have to slow.
She's also, I think, a lot older than me.
Attend to the vulnerability and the pain and the fear
I think she's
and the
30s.
Powerlessness that is underneath it. Essentially, what the anger is trying to protect. You need to caretake it. Find a direct way to resolve the fear, pain, powerlessness, and vulnerability. This is, in fact, much more self-aware to do than fighting back when you are caused pain, because it doesn't come with those terrible consequences
my chat,
to yourself that you're
about me being a cult leader, my chat has memed with me for quite a while about it. And I'm like, I kind of meme back a little bit. It's kind of funny. I was... When I first started streaming... I think this is where it comes from. Maybe not everyone in chat knows the lore. They're just poking at me. But when I first started streaming, I was approached by some people who believed in me. Some will say they preyed on my vulnerabilities, which, like, for a minute, I'm like, did they? Because, like, I'm, like, anxious. But I've processed it, and I'm like, I don't know. The internet loves to make everything seem so fucking fucked up and scary. But like when I first started streaming, I was in a very bad place in life, when I was like 19, and yeah, they found my stream and they're like, we believe in you, you should value yourself more, etc., etc. stuff went on. There were drugs involved, and then the internet's like, they're a cult, they're evil. And so I don't know if that's why people say it, because I was friends with them. It's kind of funny to me, though, because it's like, I look back and I'm like, I see the culture of the internet, and like so many people are like have like cult-like mentalities. Like, it's my way or the highway, and if you're not with us, you're against us. And I think that like kind of cult mentality, that like I know everything and my opinion is the true based one and yours is irrelevant and you need to like come to my way of seeing things. The culture, we live in, it's not always like a fixed like cult. And then there's like all these like weird cults online, like I don't know, we could do a rabbit hole into that someday, but I'm like, the shit that I experienced was nothing like this like sensationalized like fear-mongering, like it was nothing like Charles Manson. It was nothing like that. And people will like use that as like a buzzword to like compare it, but it's like no. No.
You can think of this like immediately attending.
And then I found myself in other groups, like especially more in like the spiritual community, which like Teal Swan is, but like in the spiritual community that's not Teal Swan, because there's like a lot of little subsects of it. I was like, I was, at places where psychedelics were being done, like events, and it's like I could see how this seems culty to people who aren't, like, I guess, into psychedelics and that kind of thing. Because it's like, I don't know, like, I'll mention, like, one of the best experiences of my life was being at a festival, drinking mushroom tea, and then a cuddle puddle with, like, 20 other humans. I'll tell that story to someone who doesn't understand that type of, like, lifestyle, and they'll be like, that's fucking weird, that's gross, like, they'll be, like, very judgmental towards it, and they'll, like, see it as, like, culty, or, like, wrong, or bad, but for me, like, being in a cuddle puddle with a bunch of humans who respected my autonomy and, like, didn't try and, like, make any uncomfortable advancements towards me, like, that was really healing and really safe for me. Yeah. You give them a ranking? It's a great idea. Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, we could on stream. Yeah. We could do that. That's an idea for sure. Religion's a cult, yeah, like, I think, like, the military can be a cult, like, it's like, they're literally waiting in lunchrooms to recruit teenagers who are preying on their vulnerabilities, like, your family doesn't have money, sign with us, you can get some money, you can get some esteem, you'll be, like, respected, just sign your life here, Hot take. Nationalism acts as a cult? Yeah, like the Trump people, like all that shit, yeah. And it's like, most people are looking for somewhere to belong or like some sense of meaning, so it's like, a lot of that, like Scientology, like a lot of those things that you can fall into when searching for community can be very cult-like. And it's like Mormonism, there's a lot of different things that operate in that way, and it's like learning to have your own power, I think, and your own self-empowerment, your own autonomy to know, like, I care about these people, but I disagree with that, and that should be okay in social groups to care about people and be a part of a group, but have like disagreements. That should be healthy. And I think like it starts to become more of like a dangerous cult when disagreement is not welcomed. And it's like very dogmatic. Okay, I'm gonna go see if there's an agreed upon definition for cult. Sounds good, Valerie. Yeah.
Trying to
Yeah,
figure out
ABC.
exactly what is happening with the child and what it needs, and then taking conscious action accordingly. What if attending to your pain that is underneath your anger was your new way of being loyal to yourself? 3, change your perception so as to weaken that link that you formed between anger and self-loyalty. Protector parts within a person's consciousness that employ the strategy of anger and fighting
Hey,
usually
Cowboy,
fall
how
into
you
the
doing, love?
category
Thank you
of
for the heart me.
self-saboteur, essentially a part of you that protects you in one way while damaging you in another way. Again, they operate within the context of a lose-lose. To understand more about this, you can watch my video titled "There is no such thing as self-sabotage."
Do I have dinner yet?
Because they harm you in one
No,
way,
it's only
the
2
reality
p.m.
is
for
that
me.
they are being
I got a
loyal
smoothie,
in
though,
one
with
way
protein.
and
Does that
disloyal
count?
in another. Because they are acting in your best interest in one way while
I usually
acting
have a hard time having an
against your
appetite in the
best
mornings.
interest in another.
Or when I first wake up,
For
rather.
example, it may prevent a coworker from taking advantage of you, but it may get you fired. 4. Realize that there are plenty of other strategies to demonstrate self-loyalty and come up with a more effective direct way of being loyal to yourself in whatever situation causes anger to arise within you. Getting angry at someone as a display of self-defense is only one way of demonstrating loyalty to yourself, and often, especially in a society that will turn your anger against you, unfortunately, at this point in time, it is not a very effective way to be self-loyal. To give you just some examples of ways that you could be loyal to yourself, you could commit to saying no in a situation and not change your mind. You could take time for yourself to really be present with your feelings and thoughts so as to identify personal truths regarding what you really want and what is really a yes and really a no for you. You could seek someone else to protect and defend you. You could resolve a split within yourself between a part that keeps acting in alignment with what you want and a part of you that you feel is acting against what you.
So there are broad definitions and narrow definitions. Encyclopedia Britannica has a good article breaking them down if you're interested. Yeah, if you want to send it. 4th vid uploaded, halfway there. Congrats, Kagato. What did you guys have for lunch or dinner today? I'll work on the Colt's mission statement. Oh god, keep fighting the good fight, sister. Oh god, no! No! That's gonna put a target on my head, man. Don't. No. No. No! Might give me a lot of viewers, though, but it could end up with me dying. Oh, man, if I just, like, themed into it, I'm like, join the Catnip cult. We have sandwiches. And it wouldn't work. It wouldn't work, man. I had brunch. We talked about the asparagus. Ooh, yum, asparagus. I love asparagus. Topic, cult. Cults, usually a small group devoted to a person, idea, or philosophy. DGG is a cult. Sorry, Destiny. Bro, I had a dream about cuddling Destiny the other night. That fucking... I hadn't watched his content or anything in a bit. And he just showed up in my dream, and it was like this, like, DGG style, like, apartment. And I, like... Because I was, like, dimension hopping in my dream. And then I spawned into that dimension. And he was, like, spooning me. And I was like, the fuck? And then he gets up and he goes to, like, do work. It wasn't sexual. It wasn't sexual whatsoever. It was, like, homie cuddling time. Listen. It's fine. And then he got up and he was, like, doing work. And then this, like, really pretty chick came up and she started feeding me this pie. It was like this like mousse pie. It was like really creamy and delicious. And then you guys know Lil Raven Fox, my friend? She just walks in the apartment and she just sits on the counter and she's like, "What's up?" I'm like, what is happening? Oh man. I had, like, a dream prior, too, about, like, jet skiing with him. Man, I don't hate him. I told the man I loved him because, like, I want him to do well and not be an asshole. But, like, my brain is also fried from all of that. It wasn't sexual! The chick was feeding me pie, man. I think, like, in the dream, he thought it was gonna be sexual, and I was like, nah, I'm just chilling, homie. Like... Oh, man. Normalize cuddling the homies or the enemies. Without sexual connotation. Bro, the pie part was great. I could taste the pie in my dream. It was really good pie. It was really weird, though. It was hella weird. My dreams lately, man. I had a steak that I marinated in teriyaki sauce the night before. Bro, that sounds good. Grilled chicken pita with Greek dressing. That sounds good. Sample the catnip. What's the hashtag? What does sample the catnip mean? Are you gonna, like, eat my flesh? Like Jesus Christ? Excuse me? 5th video uploaded. Congrats, Kagato. Things taste better when you're dreaming. It's a chemical thing? Really? I didn't know that. Nice, Kagato. Oh, so for a cult meeting, when it starts in a tilde swan, you mean teal swan impression, say, I had a dream when I was cuddling someone that is angry with me. And they were okay. And were fed pie by a beautiful woman. Okay, but it made it better that Raven showed up. I didn't tell Raven about this. I haven't talked to Raven much lately, but what the fuck, man? Slaying demons today. So when you're awake, your brain gets used to the chemicals provided by the food, and the taste starts diminishing. When you're dreaming, these never happen, so it always tastes like the first bite. Interesting. Call her and tell her it's good content. I would, but so many of my friends be going through it lately. The friend that was supposed to come by yesterday and pick up her stuff never did. She never responded either, so it's like every time she says she's gonna come by and get her stuff, I, like, clear my schedule, because we were supposed to hang out, and then she just ghosts me, so I'm like, I told her today, like, I can't guarantee I'm gonna be available whenever you come get it, because, like, I've cleared my schedule a bunch, so I gotta just do what I gotta do.
Is unmet and directly meet that need wherever it can best be met. You could practice in.
Oh wait, I gotta finish reading about the cult definition. I stopped and it was like, sounds like DGG. Oh man. I also remember reading about some people making tea from actual catnip, but I don't remember what it does to people. Oh, catnip can be a really good tea, actually. I'm actually gonna be making a video on this because my name is Catnip. So I'm gonna be making a video on the benefits of catnip, which we can go over real quick. Benefits of catnip tea. Soothe the digestive system, could relieve muscle spasms in the intestinal tract. Many groups of people have traditionally used catnip tea to relieve infants' colic and help babies sleep. But yeah, it looks like for tummy stuff. And maybe drowsiness. Okay, but the definition of cult. The term cult is often applied to a religious movement that exists in some degree of tension with the dominant religious or cultural inclination of a society. In recent years, the word cult has been most commonly used as a pejorative term. What does pejorative mean again? Word or phrase that has negative connotations, yeah. For a religious group that falls outside the mainstream and by implication engages in questionable activities. Many new religions are controversially labeled as cults. In historiography, there are no negative connotations to the use of the term cult. It is especially common in works on classical history, as the ancient Mediterranean world was home to a large variety of mystery cults. These were small groups whose elite members were initiated into secret rituals for a particular deity. Far from existing at tension with the society at large, many Roman cults were heavily integrated into the surrounding society. In Pompeii, one of the most lavishly decorated temples was that of the cult of Isis. This is, if you guys don't know, Isis is also a goddess. It's not just a terrorist organization. They're talking about the goddess Isis. An inscription records that the individual who paid for the temple's refurbishment was rewarded with a position as a town councilor, indicating a strong interconnection between this mystery cult and the civic order of the city. Furthermore, one of the most prominent Roman cults was the imperial cult, which was dedicated to the worship of deceased and deified Roman emperors and their deified family members. Imperial cult worship reinforced the power of the dominant political system, and most or all of pre-Christian Roman society had some degree of membership in it. Other groups referred to cults as cults can also reinforce the dominance of a religious and social order. Within the Roman Catholic Church, the cult of the Virgin Mary and cults of other saints have gained many adherents and a degree of influence, especially artistically. Even today, people who intensely worship particular saints are sometimes identified as being members of that saint's cult. Yeah, it's a pretty long article, so I'll just read that far. Interesting. Unless you guys want me to keep reading. I don't know if you guys like listening to me read things.
Situation, you could impose a specific consequence for something that somebody does, rather than to just get angry. You could become what you wish to see in the world or experience in the world. You could choose what is right for you and act on that, rather than to self-sacrifice.
Jump down to the fifth
You find a
paragraph
way
for the
to
narrow
empower
definition. Oh shit, how many paragraphs did I read? In recent decades, groups designated cults have been those at tension with the rest of society. However, beyond this feature, there is no general consensus about what differentiates a cult from any other religious group. Some scholars have argued that by the simplest definition, many, if not all, religious sects originated as cults. Over time, some cults became culturally accepted and the tension between them and society resolved, leading to the cult being recognized as a sect or church. Recent examples of this transition from the so-called cult to religious groups are Seventh-day Adventists and the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Other scholars have advanced a more narrow definition of the term cult as a religious group with some or all of the following characteristics: a charismatic leader who exercises total control, an apocalyptic vision, doomsday cult, isolation from society, an emphasis on a transcendent spiritual experience, rigid rules governing group members' behavior, and the exploitation of members, including sexually and financially. In popular use, the term cult has accumulated a strong negative connotation and is often used to cast aspersions on a religious group's validity as a form of religious practice. From the 1960s onward, a number of new cults developed in the United States and attracted large numbers of worshippers. The actions of these cultists, who sometimes isolated themselves from their families and oriented their lives fully around the cult, triggered widespread alarm. So too did the actions of violent cults such as the People's Temple, headed by Jim Jones and the Manson family, which was led by Charles Manson. Yeah. Fuck it, dude. We'll just read it. It's almost done. The anti-cult movement reached its peak in the 1970s when the idea emerged that cult members were being brainwashed, having their free will systematically taken away. The trial of Patty Hearst, an heiress kidnapped by leftist radicals in 1974, and allegedly brainwashed into committing crimes, played a key role in the growth of this belief. According to the brainwashing theory, cult members are not choosing an alternative way of life, but are instead victims of an exploitative and dangerous fanatics. This justified the rise of forcible deprogramming, which involves the kidnapping and holding of cult members until the deprogrammer judges that they are no longer in the thrall of the cult. Isn't that a cult in and of itself, though? Because, like, you can, like, deprogram someone, but, like, while deprogramming someone, you're reprogramming them with something. So you're reprogramming them with what you view as, like, a more righteous or moral philosophy. So I wonder what that deprogramming would look like for those people. That's another question I have with reading this article. Interesting. Many deprogrammed former cult members went on to launch challenges in court. Some sued the cults that they had been members of, accusing them of brainwashing. A few psychologists and psychiatrists testified in support of the deprogrammed cultists at those trials. However, other former cult members sued their deprogrammers, claiming to have been kidnapped and abusively coerced into giving up their brainwashing. Damn, so it goes both ways. It goes both ways, yeah. Yeah, interesting. Okay. With brainwashing accusations at the heart of these cases, a variety of medical researchers, as well as such organizations as the American Psychological Association, researched cults and cult members during the 1980s and 90s. Their conclusion was that accusations of brainwashing and coercive persuasion against cults lacked a factual basis. Studies which suggested proof of brainwashing were methodologically flawed or based on insufficient data. After a cult member won a lawsuit against his deprogrammer, Jason Scott versus Rick Ross, in 1995, the practice of forcible deprogramming was largely discontinued. Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, when you're deprogramming someone, like, as a society, it's not allowed anymore. It's discontinued, but back in the day, like, I just remember how I was raised in the 90s, like, what was normal, and a lot of it was questionable, and that's why I, as an adult, like, I strayed away from my family and I went towards other groups of people, was because the way that I was raised, and which was like normal for those people, was toxic for me. So yeah, it's an interesting concept because, like, say we go to school every day, we say the Pledge of Allegiance, we do the things that we do, like I was saying earlier with psychiatry and things being very black and white, like them telling me you're going to take this medication for the rest of your life. Like stuff like that. It's like what is normal. Yeah. And especially like in a country that is very heavily based on religion, one nation under God. Like it's, yeah, what does deprogramming look like? Definitely there should be help for people who feel like they've been manipulated and they're not in a safe situation. There should be help for that, but to forcibly remove people and to tell them that they've been brainwashed and this and that and the other, especially if it's something that's like less problematic. Yeah, it depends. It depends entirely on the cult, what their philosophy is, how they treat people. Like, I think it really depends on a lot of factors. Right. Yeah, I agree, Valley. Right. All right, we're almost done with this article. Academic research has revealed a more fluid and varied reality than the one advanced by the anti-cult movement. Let me just move this over so you guys can see where I'm reading. In fact, many people who join a cult choose to leave it. Other members of cults do not become entirely isolated from society, maintaining jobs and relationships outside the cult. In addition, some studies have suggested that those who leave a cult and experience psychological damage are more likely to have left it involuntarily. Interesting. A wide range of religious groups fall under the definition of a cult, and the vast majority are benign or even have a positive impact on society. Given the continued negative associations with the term cult, many sociologists and researchers now prefer to use the term new religious movement to describe groups previously called cults. This term is meant to disassociate NRMs from the connotation that their forms of religious expression lack legitimacy. An idea which is now perhaps permanently ingrained in the term cult. I would say they're not all religion-based, though. Like, I don't know if Charles Manson preached religion. Did he? I don't know. We would have to do, like, a whole deep dive stream on cults. Which sounds interesting. If you guys want to sometime. Yeah. Let's continue this one.
Something that you feel powerless about. You could write a letter to someone.
Right, like what if like it's like a mindfulness, like a group that like really centers around like mindfulness and like optimism and alchemizing like negative experiences into more empowering experiences and like moving forward in life and not getting like stuck or like pathologizing yourself with diagnosis. Like if it's like something like because like say when you are doing psychedelics, you are reprogramming your default mode network in a sense, from what research says. You can by yourself even kind of like reprogram your brain in a way. So I would say that that it can be a willing thing. And yeah, like say like there's the saying that you surround yourself, that you are who you surround yourself with. So if you join a group of people that you want to be more like, you want to like align with more, yeah, stuff like that. I think that it can be a bad thing, but it can also be a neutral thing or even a good thing for some people. It really depends on like where you're at in life and what makes you feel empowered. But that's where I was saying earlier, like the difference between like a good cult and like a bad cult is like whether or not you have autonomy and whether or not, yeah, you're feeling pressured or forced or financially abused, sexually abused. Like sexual abuse and financial abuse is not okay in any situation. Not just specific to cults, but I can see how it can be more sinister if there's like one figure that everyone's looking up to that's like taking advantage of other people. That's like
their unworkability
different.
in a situation and make them aware of the powerless position that they have put you in.
Should Ponzi schemes be illegal? Ooh, that's a hard one. What do you mean by a Ponzi scheme? Could you give me an example? I understand that, Beast. At the end of the day, we really shouldn't be making absolute statements about deprogramming, lol. That was like my thing. That was my huge mental conundrum, was like people were just treating me like I was just this victim that was in this cult and there was something wrong with me. And like, I'm like, but these people have objectively treated me better, like, and more compassionately, than like the people who are telling me that I'm like crazy for even being empathetic with them. Like it's a whole thing that it did fuck me up to be told that like you're just in a cult and you're fucked up, and like I'm like, the fuck? I'm like, but then I would see these people who were telling me I was fucked up do these really fucked up things, and I'm like, I don't know. So at this point in my life, I'm not like adhering to strict labels. I don't accept any dogmatic philosophy. If I disagree with someone, I'll tell them. I don't have like a rigid friend group. I'm not like, if anything, like I choose to self-isolate because I have like, I don't know, I have trauma. And not a lot of people are willing to be like empathetic towards that. So yeah, I don't know. It's like more complicated than just like, yeah, what it was in like the 80s. Like just kidnap people and deprogram them. Like that's so crazy to me. Yeah, it definitely depends on what the cult was doing. Like if your deprogramming shows a cult was exploiting a member and isolating them from the people that cared about them, then it's fine. Oh yeah, okay, I already read that. If you're exploiting a member in a way that is illegal, then it's like just ending a toxic relationship. Yeah, and there should be people that are there to like support you through that. Like leaving any relationship or group or dynamic that has been toxic for yourself personally, there should be like support systems to help people with that. But it's also like, yeah, like when you force, like say like a friend you know is in a toxic relationship. If you're gonna just like decide that like they're in a toxic relationship and they need to break up now and they need to leave that person, and you are the decider of that and you forcibly break them apart, it can lead to be worse off, in my opinion and in my experience, than if you are to just kind of bring awareness to the patterns in those things that might be toxic, and then just be a supportive friend in case they choose to leave. You know, and you can also tell your friend, like, hey, this is toxic, like, maybe you should reconsider, like, what the values in these connections are, and you can bring awareness to that. But yeah, I don't think forcibly removing people from things ends well for a lot of people. At the end of the day, we really shouldn't be making absolute statements about deprogramming. I agree. I mean, as long as you're not hurting people and yourself, then you should be free to do what you want and believe in what you want without judgment. Yeah, like, if everyone wants to go to Burning Man and burn the wooden structures they create and, like, take psychedelics, like, I don't look down on them for that. If that's how you want to live your life and you're not hurting anyone, like, do your thing. I mean, they offer community and fellowship. That's the thing, like, so many people need community these days. So many people need community. I will always find... Yeah, time to work on yourself is really important, Beast. It's all about balance. I think the article is saying that psychologists are attempting to use a new term to describe minor religious movements so they aren't associated with the negative connotations of the term cult. Yeah. I feel like there should be a term that's non-religious for it. A Ponzi scheme is when you make a fraudulent investment scheme where you use the money from new investors to pay to old investors and they hope for the best. Oh yeah, I think that should be illegal and regulated. Are there any online exclusive religions? I've heard of some crazy TikTok stuff. There's definitely some weird stuff online. I think, like, it wasn't exclusively online, but I think it was, like, the Breatharians, and they had, I think it was their leader who died, was, like, mummified in the bedroom or something. It was really fucked up. But it's, like, also... I don't know, like, Egyptians would, like, mummify their dead people, and they would take their organs out, and there's all these, like, weird cultural practices that to some people it's like, whoa, that's fucking insane. But there's, like, you know, humans are weird. Like, when we were reading about Aphrodite's lore, guys, like, what the fuck? The fuck was that shit? At that point, you're just acting like a puppet master trying to control people, even if the intention was thought to be their best interest. Yeah. Pastafarianism. There's also mermaid people. Hey, man, you guys see that, like, Gaia stuff popping up with, like, what's his name? I forget his name, but he talks about how he had a past life in Atlantis. I'm like, okay, low-key, I'm a wingnut, right? I'm a wingnut. But I kind of believe in, like, the lost city of Atlantis and, like, past lives and, like, ancient civilizations. I don't know if you guys know of Graham Hancock, like, the people who used to live underground to protect themselves from asteroids. Like, all that shit is fascinating to me. But I'm very agnostic with everything. I'm not like... oh my god, I believe this, and this is the truth, and this is, like, the you know? Listen! Y'all, I'm a siren, okay? I'm a fucking siren. I had a past life in Atlantis. I don't know. You don't have to believe me. I feel like most burial practices are highly dependent on the climate conditions of the area people lived in. Yeah, I don't know, though. Like, I feel like it's not traditional to, or necessarily dependent on the climate to, like, I want a tree burial. I don't know how traditional that is. I don't know if that's, like, historical, I can't talk. But, yeah, I want to be converted into a tree and be planted when I die. I'm not even real. I'm just an AI program. Don't listen to me. Bro, with that Sora stuff, who even really knows? See, I have this wingnut conspiracy theory that I've been talking to my partner about, like, ever since AI has been, like, poppin', like, the past few years, that we've had it for a while. This is my wingnut conspiracy, okay? That we have had it for a while. Like, we've had this technology, but recently we're actually releasing it to the public. So who knows what's ever been real? Sorry, I'm crazy. Don't mind me. But that shit is really insane. Like, what you can do with AI. It's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. They still don't have their own published sound engine. It's not a threat yet for AI. I don't know, man. You can care for and be there for people, but you can't control their actions and take away their autonomy. If someone is in a toxic relationship, yeah, don't stand by and do nothing, but don't let your emotions boil over and cloud your logical side, like you said, to bring awareness to it. Yeah, because then it's like, especially if someone's like deep into a toxic relationship, if you just tell them like, you need to leave now, and then they don't leave, and then you resent them, and then you're like, whatever, just deal with it then. Because you're fed up, it's like, it could lead them to further isolation and not having the support they need to get out of that toxic dynamic. Or like, if you just say, you need to leave now, and then they like tell their partner, and then they just like lean more into that group. Yeah, it's hard to navigate that. Joni, thank you so much. I'm a gremlin right now, so I appreciate you. Yeah, it's a very delicate situation to handle. And I would say something that is maybe, after my experience with it, a better option is like trying to get help for all people involved. Like, say if like one person in the relationship is like leaning more on the toxic side than the other, like really trying to get everybody into like therapy or what they need, like couples counseling, whatever it might be, if they really want to like work it out, but it's like really toxic. But telling that person, you just need to leave, like the moment it gets toxic, is like, I don't know. There's a lot to those dynamics, and they're very varied too, so it depends. Now that I'm thinking of it, if a cult does not make it hard for you to leave, if the consequences for you are leaving are not bad, it's not making you sacrifice harming yourself in the process, it takes your ability to choose the cult, is not too bad. There are probably more stuff. Yeah, the freedom and the autonomy to live your life how you want to is important. As long as that's not harming anyone. Tibetan sky burials are largely due to living in hard, rocky, mountainous regions. I have not heard of that. That sounds insane. But being surrounded by raptors, damn, like the concept of burying your dead itself is dependent on the availability of space to bury. Yeah, like Vikings used to do like they used to like burn people, right? Like on the lake. New Orleans often has above ground mausoleums or crypts because they're below sea level and they don't want coffins to shoot out the ground when it floods. Jesus, yeah. That's what I mean when I say climate effects traditions, yeah. Also, I can't believe we are talking about cults and we did not mention the person who is accused of running a cult that you talked to about. I found out about Swan's accusations. I think Bay looking into hers. Wait, what? Brittany looking into hers. Yeah, I know Brittany Simon doesn't like Teal Swan. But I think some of the things Brittany Simon says sometimes is like not kind of problematic, you know? No shade to Brittany at all. But she's said some things that I've heard where she speaks in absolutes, and it's kind of harmful for a lot of people to hear, in my opinion. So, nice, Kagata. I'll check it out in a bit. Funeral pyres, but also created burial mounds. I see.
You could honor a gut feeling.
In a little bit,
you could
Kagato.
hire a therapist to help you stay in alignment with yourself and be loyal to yourself. You could be honest in a situation where you might normally not be.
No, I meant I learned about Swan's cult accusations by looking into Brittany's accusations. Like, she runs a cult is what I meant. Are you talking about Brittany Simon? So wait, you're saying Brittany Simon accused her of running a cult? Is that what you're saying? Just to clarify.
And the list goes on and on. Being loyal to yourself is really about identifying what is really and truly in your best interests in any given situation and acting on it. The most effective way to be loyal to yourself in a given situation will be different depending on the situation itself.
I saw war. I saw bombing. I saw.
For example, let's say that you were swept downstream in a river. Swimming yourself to shore is a much more effective way of demonstrating self-loyalty than, say, closing your eyes and being present with how it feels emotionally for you that you are being swept downstream right now.
Oh, that Brittany is a cult leader. She was on like a list with Teal Swan as cult leaders. Can you send me that list? But that, yeah, like, I've been watching Brittany Simon for a long time, since like 2017, off and on, but I did notice it was like a bit before she ever interacted with Destiny, she kind of unveiled her levels system, and I'm sorry, the level system immediately was like, the people who were saying that I was in a cult, there was like a numerical level system, completely different from Britney's. But when Britney released her level system, I was like, bro, this is like that. I'm like, but it's like different. But it's like that. But it, you know, because it was like the people that I hung out with, it was more of like a level of how you're tripping on shrooms, which like that's, other people that are psychonauts have like kind of explored this. I think Josiekins on YouTube made a levels of like the different levels of the psychedelic experience. So it was more along the lines of that. But Britney's system was more like the levels of like, cognitive awareness and like, how philosophical you are kind of thing. And she made a statement that, like, if you're a 1, you might as well yourself. And that statement, there was other context around it, but she had said it multiple times, and she did get some criticism for it, was very frightening to me. And I did ask her if she would level me. She said she wouldn't. She doesn't do that kind of thing. But in the past, she did for a while, with her audience. And yeah, I could see how people can view it as that. But it's also like, I don't want people to like not explore consciousness or create these like kind of systems to how we like view that. But yeah, when you're like making statements like that, like say like there are times where I feel like a 1, there are times where I feel like a fucking 0, and I might as well, you know? So to somebody who's in that mental state, to hear that statement is very dangerous, in my opinion. And Teal Swan has actually gotten criticisms that are somewhat similar if you look into like more of the lore of it, but different. So yeah, I know Brittany criticizes Teal Swan a lot, but that's what I'm saying with like, I'm listening to a lot of like controversial people give their opinions and their viewpoint. Also the face she's making is funny. Give their viewpoints on things, but I have seen enough of humans to know that everyone says dumb shit at some point and everyone's flawed in some way. So I'm not gonna entirely write someone off. You know? I might have like boundaries with someone and kind of like take it with a grain of salt and be aware of the type of person that they are when they're saying these things. But yeah.
Now. So part of that slowing down.
Am I on the list? I'm probably on the list. I don't know, man.
Fear and the perceived powerlessness underneath your anger is to be able to identify, given the exact nature of the upset,
Kellogg, thank you
what
for the
the most
biddies.
effective demonstration
Sorry,
of
Cass, you're being a
self-loyalty
real
is.
level 1 right
If
now,
you have
and it is
self-loyalty
not
and anger
cute.
linked, you are in sore need of the
What? I'm a level 5, man. I'm a level 5. Fuck you. No, but I kind of wish she still did it, because from her perception, I want to know what level I would be. I'm very curious, honestly. This is like something that I actually struggled with in the group previously when I was going through so many self-esteem issues, was like struggling with knowing how people perceive me. So if someone has like an actual like level system for how they view humans and they can like analyze me in a constructive way, I'm actually open for that. I do sometimes struggle with my perception of myself and self-awareness. Sometimes I'm much better at it than others, but sometimes I be struggling. And, you know. You're just getting your thetans measured like the Scientologist. Oh my gosh. Didn't Scientology, like, you had to pay a bunch of money to be involved? It's so ironic, right? Because, like, when I was homeless, before I got into the cult, actually, like, the cult that some people refer to it as, like, they kind of helped me stay off the streets. They found me when I was living in a hotel, camming, in an abusive relationship, not doing all right. So, you know, but when I was homeless, I lived on the drag in Austin, Texas for a bit, and there was a big church of Scientology there that I would just like hang out at, and it was always like eerily vacant. I don't know. Yeah. And that was before all the stuff came out about Scientology and how weird it was. It's just like getting measured. It sounds like fun. It's like a Regina George insult. What is? You're level 1? Oh, man. To be fair, controversial isn't always negative. Controversial just means people are talking about whatever is controversial. Humans are prone to focus more on what they view as negative. Yeah. Therefore, controversial is often seen as a negative word. Yes. Quantify me, Daddy.
experience of loyalty and self-loyalty. So you need to consciously do this and directly do this in each situation where you feel your anger arise. And
it was funny because, like, I was at this party one time, and maybe I fumbled the bag because Andrew Callahan was there, like, the night before or the night after or something. But it was, like, a cam girl house. This girl who works on MFC, she owned the house, and it was, like, a big AVN party. And I was, like, dicking around with my friends at the time. I thought were my friends. In the basement, we were drinking White Claws and barking on the floor and just goofing off. And they really wanted us to, like, all go upstairs and, like, fraternize with the guys at the party. And this dude gets us all up in the group, and we're all grouped up, and I'm just, like, sitting there. I'm like, all right. and he's like, all right. He's, like, kind of, like, macho, right? He's, like, acting like he knows everything. I was like, tell me about quantum mechanics. He didn't know anything. He was like, Oh, man, I'm such a troll. I'm a bad, like, party girl. I literally showed up to this party. Everyone was in, like, this fancy attire, and I wore bunny slippers and a robe. And I'm just, like, playing pool, like, I'm bad at being a sex object. I'm really bad at being a sex object. I know some of you guys might disagree with that, but, like, I'm just a little gremlin, man. Were the guys also in the industry? There were a couple of guys in the industry, but most of the guys were there, I think, to pick up girls. And I was like, I'm just one of the dudes, man. I'm feral and unattainable. Good luck. I'm going through a divorce right now. You're not fucking me. Like, I was supposed to do, like, a crazy, like, kind of spicy, like, foursome collab that week. But I ended up not, because I literally sat down with one of the people I was going to collab with at the freaking restaurant at AVN in the middle of the night after this party. And I just sobbed. I was just sobbing about like the breakup I was going through. I was not in the headspace to do that. And bless the guy's heart who I was supposed to collab with because he was so sweet to me. But I was not able to do that. Oh man. If he had Valley, that would have greatly increased his odds of getting something going there.
Ask yourself, what is the best and most effective way to be loyal to myself in this situation? Remember, directly practicing self-loyalty is a practice. You will get better at it over time, and in turn your reactivity will diminish. Now, I'll give you an example of this. Jaden grew up in a family home where his father was physically and emotionally abusive. Sometimes his father would take him out to do carpentry with him or to play baseball, but just like that, he would flip on a dime and scold Jaden or hit him. By the time that Jaden was a teen, their relationship had turned into a full-on rivalry. Jaden became the family scapegoat. Jaden's father would tell you that he loves his son, but the reality is that Jaden felt like he was living with a father he could not trust. But he couldn't trust his mother either. She was afraid of her husband and would not step in to protect Jaden. Instead, she would cry.
Hey man, if you know about quantum mechanics and the laws of reality and how to like manifest and shift the universe, I think your odds of getting to pussy is a little bit higher. I don't know. I'm personally a sapiosexual, so I like to be around people that stimulate me mentally, to stimulate me in other ways, you know? I'm not a huge fan of casual stuff anymore. I used to, but just now, yeah, I don't know. I like to bond with people. I like to be intimate with people that I'm going to, like, kind of, like, build a life with. Like, maybe we won't see each other forever, but, like, it's like there's more of a connection than just physical attraction for me. It's kind of hard to wrap your head around. Also, it's like there's a lot of theories and there's a lot of arguments between scientists. But yeah. I'm really into nerdy guys. And girls. And in-betweens. I will just, because I get bored one day, I'll look it up because I remember discussing it here. Yeah, so I didn't even know what it was. I didn't know what quantum mechanics was before meeting the friends that, like, believed in me, like, when I was homeless. And the reason it got brought up is because, like, we were, like, talking about, like, how we were, like, born into this, like, fucked up reality, right? But, like, we can, like, shift that and we could, like, make it better. And, like, the stuff we do here, like, actually matters. So, like, that was really inspirational conversation.
Jaden couldn't just do what it took to not make his father angry. Jaden remembers her putting raw meat on his black eye.
Quantum mechanics is obviously like way more in depth than that, but that's like a kind of like surface level, like philosophical take on some of the aspects of it. Yeah, I tend to lean more towards biology too. Biology and psychology. And mycology, all the ologies. I see you as like nerdy in the like special interest kind of way, Kagato, like Monster Hunter and Pokemon, that kind of thing. Like, because there's like nerdy, like people who are like into like math and science, and then there's also like the special interest kind of nerdy, which I really like that too. It's like you're really passionate about something and you know like a lot of things about that thing. Or like even you don't have to know everything about a subject, but it's like that attitude of like questing to know more that I'm really attracted to, like that passion and that like craving for knowledge that I like. Oh, Kellogg, are you clipping the things I like? What's up, Redzinski? How you doing?
Beat him, rather than standing up to the beating, or calling a male family member in, or calling the police. Anyone. So he couldn't trust his mother either. She was concerned with her own well-being, and she felt She couldn't survive on her own without her husband. So she chose...
And not just like, not just romantically for me either, like friendship wise, like that's like the type of people that I like have a lot of chemistry with as friends too, is like, yeah, people with that quest for knowledge. If people are like more stagnant, or they're like, not in like a bad way, because like everyone's at their own place in their own journey, and sometimes I'm like, I cannot take in information right now, but like if people are like adverse to knowledge and they like look down on it, that's like kind of like, we probably won't vibe well. Like if they like I've had friends before like where I've done yoga and they're like, ick, that's gross, like you're flexible, disgusting. Which, like, that doesn't make sense to me. I think that's just a projection of insecurity. Or like a friend who's like, oh, you're researching quantum mechanics, like cringe, like you're trying to like be an intellectual, like cringe. Like that type of stuff, like we don't have friendship chemistry then. It's just not gonna work out. I'm a nerd. Pretty tired. LOL, just made this two days ago. Your Kick account, Redzinski. Welcome in. Thanks for being here. The stuff she's talking about definitely hits home. I see why you're sharing this. Yeah, of course, Beast. Of course. I'll have to read that later, Kagato, because I'm not sure what that's about. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's a lot of knowledge that I have that's like vague. Like I remember reading it somewhere, but it needs further research. Right, Kellogg. And I love alternative thoughts. I love like different perspectives. I like want to understand why people think the way they think.
Instead, even at the expense of her own son. Jaden also did not grow up in a safe and supportive community. His world was pretty dog-eat-dog, to be honest. And now he has a massive anger problem. He gets angry at the drop of a hat and feels like he can't control his rage. He has been ordered by the court to do anger management courses before, but no amount of breathing or counting or exercising seems to do a thing.
Oh,
Jaden
thanks,
makes
Red. I
the huge
appreciate that.
realization that his
Where'd you
anger
find the
is trying
stream
to
from?
protect him, like a defensive friend living inside of him. And that under that anger is fear and pain. All the things he was not allowed to even acknowledge in a culture where he was expected to be so tough and so strong. He also realizes that the reason that trying to work on his anger has been so ineffective is that it feels like self-betrayal to work on his anger at all. And it feels like self-betrayal to not get angry. But Jaden is sick of feeling so out of control of himself emotionally, and he is also sick of the consequences that his anger keeps having on his relationships. And he doesn't want to be anything like his father, who also had no control
Hey,
over
sweet,
his
Red.
anger.
Thanks.
So he decides
Cool to
try
know that
something
people are
else.
finding me directly through the site algorithms. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. Most people are talking in Twitch chat right now, but feel free to talk in Kick chat. It will pop up on the screen, so I appreciate y'all. So I use Lucy as Satan as placeholders. Oh, I see. Okay. I think you can say Satan in my chat. I think that's fine. I don't... Thank you for the follow, Red. Yeah, I don't see an issue with that. I like to talk about religion because I grew up in a very, very religious home and it was very dogmatic. So, yeah, I have a different view on it than a lot of people in my family.
One day, Jaden is working on an oil rig, and a coworker of his makes a mistake that almost gets Jaden's fingers ripped off. This is a situation where Jaden would normally fly off the handle and yell at him and throw things at him and even get violent. Instead, Jaden recognizes the gunshot of fury that he feels as his protector getting activated. He decides to figure out what is underneath the protector. He wants to know what vulnerability and fear and pain got activated by the situation. So almost immediately, he decides to tell the guys that he needs to take a break, and he walks away to go sit in his truck. He closes his eyes and puts all his attention on the fire-like fury inside his chest and neck. But he starts asking internally, what are you protecting? What are you hiding? Right? And pretty soon, a desperate feeling brings tears to his eyes, like he's about to cry. He keeps his attention on the feeling of being desperate, and he starts to have realizations, and images arise. Realizations like the fact that he is terrified of people because they don't seem to care about their impact on each other. That their lack of care about impact can ruin someone else's life, and there is nothing that you can do about it after it's too late. And he sees images of his grandmother's trailer, which she lost because some rich guy bought the trailer park and upped the prices, making it so that she had to move in with Jaden's aunt, who was a cruel woman.
No, that sucks.
Jaden
Kellogg,
loved his
are you okay?
grandmother and is convinced that that was the main reason she got ill and died. Jaden realized that the vulnerability that was activated was the feeling that he was in danger because no one seems to perceive or care about their impact on each other. He spends time really focusing all of his attention on this highly scary and painful feeling.
The most powerful writing often comes from confronting taboos.
Jaden remembers that he wants to demonstrate loyalty to himself, and he acknowledges that his usual way of being loyal to himself would be to get furious
I'm glad you're okay, Kellogg.
at his coworker in order to discourage him from ever not considering his impact on Jaden again. But Jaden can see that this strategy is not very effective because it usually makes the other person perceive him as an adversary and strike back in little ways later whenever they get the opportunity to go against him. He can see that this intimidation strategy only makes it so that he has to watch his back all the time later. So Jaden starts to think of a different strategy where he can be loyal to himself. Jaden realizes that he was already loyal to himself by attending to his own fear and his pain, which was something that his own parents never did in their consistent display of disloyalty. And he decides that the most effective strategy to demonstrate self-loyalty in this situation is to assert to the group he works with how important consideration of impact is in general, and especially is to him. So what does Jaden do? He decides to do something totally radical and scary. He asks the other guys in his team to take a break with him. During that break, rather than chew his coworker out, he decides to tell them all a story about his childhood and his life, and how it always felt like no one cares about their impact on anyone else, and how scary and lonely it is to live in a world like that. He tells them that when he comes to work, this is the fear he has. That, quote, any one of us could drop the ball and relax and get each other hurt or even killed. And he tells them that he wants to come to work, and for them to come to work and really be able to trust that they have each other's back. Jaden proposes that if any man feels like he might be a liability for any reason, that man should bring it up and that they should decide what to do about it together rather than any one of them having to take a risk, especially when it's not a risk that they've decided to take. The other men were shocked to silence by this sudden vulnerable expression. After all, they're not too comfortable with vulnerability either, and that's exactly what he awoke in them. But they actually responded well. Jaden was able to awaken within them a very masculine need for brotherhood and camaraderie, even though the colleague that nearly got him injured was unable to apologize. Jaden could tell that he felt guilt, and was far more careful after the talk. Jaden decided that he was going to teach this colleague how to be considerate by example, and specifically by being considerate about him. Later in the day, Jaden even took the opportunity to demonstrate what that looks like by protecting this colleague from a group decision that would have left him without a ride home. Jaden decided that his way of being loyal to himself was to lead the men around him into the practice of consideration of impact and the practice of taking care to not negatively impact each other. Jaden also promised himself that if nothing changed regarding the behavior that he kept seeing in these men acting lackadaisical around the heavy equipment, he would escalate the issue to his boss.
Which one, Kellogg?
And even quit his job if he has to. Luckily, this did not occur. Instead, because the men felt so considered and taken under Jaden's wing, is just how they put it, due to this new conduct at work, they all fought back when their boss decided to transfer Jaden to another oil rig that they had just started. Because of this sudden display of loyalty, the boss realized he had a leader on his hands and instead gave Jaden a surprise promotion. Anger is a powerful protector that is trying its very best to defend your best interest in a world that it feels is void of caring consideration and loyalty. And because of the collateral damage it creates,
Oh, it is,
an
Kella?
inverted advocate. But like all protector parts of the consciousness,
Like you feel like you're
if you
able
show
to
it a more
be
effective
vulnerable
way of
when
achieving its
things
loyalty aims,
like
it
that
will
happen?
let go of its old strategies and adopt these new strategies. And it all begins with this. Me getting angry at the ways I am being mistreated is not the problem. But maybe there are better, more effective, and more direct ways of demonstrating loyalty to myself.
To a degree,
than
yeah.
Getting angry.
That's good. At least there's some of it. Alright guys, I'm going to pee and take a shower. Pee and take a shower time. Let's listen to some music while I do that. I gotta pee so bad. Hold on. Alright, I'll be right back.
Sailing in the chopper road, killing like we vultures. I became a queen when I rode with them brothers. 20 line, I eat nightmares for supper. Brow on command, how sick come on another. 'Cause there ain't no love in the jungle. Ain't no, ain't no love in the jungle. Ain't no, pull me out of this. Everybody on a little mission. Money makes you go missing. I get anyone in or Insta. Everybody leave me alone. Her boobies getting lifted. She wanna get lit. Fucking up, I'm bottling. Everybody. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Courage my soul. It won't be very long. Though the night is dark, it keeps me holding on. God bless my soul. It won't be very long. And though the night is dark, it keeps me holding on. I've been lost. I've been lost for a while. But I'm really trying. I've been lost, I've been lost, I've been lost, I've been lost for a while. But I'm really trying. I've been lost, I've been lost, I've been lost, I've been lost for a while. But I'm really trying. I've been lost, I've been lost, I've been lost. But I'm really trying. Sitting on my skin, oh my love, taking back all my time again. I'm in love. Take me open my skin does surrender. My time, officer. Murderer, you know me like it like that. Murderer, I be the hard stepper. Murderer, I be the heartbreaker. Murderer, excuse me, Mr. Officer. Murderer, you know me like it like that. Murderer, I be the
Okay, I'm back. I just took a shower. Bye, Valley. Enjoy your reading. Thank you, Kagato.
Everybody gonna little mission. Money make a go, instant. I can turn you on in an instant. Everybody gonna little mission. Money make a go, instant. I can turn you on in an touching on your booby, get them lifted. She wanna get it. Fucking on, better than them. Everybody gonna little mission. Money make a go, instant. I can turn you on in an instant. Everybody better than them. Touching on your booby, get them lifted. She wanna get it. Fucking on, better than them. My armor tried to warn me, hold my armor tried to warn me, hold not to break my heart again.
He's a tricky one to introduce because he's that talented and that charming and that lovely. This man, Fred again. Crazy. So, I feel very honored to be in the room. This feels like a very special time for all of us. This man is extraordinary.
So you're a therapist, sort of? No, I'm not a licensed therapist or anything like that. I just have a lot of life experiences. I do I do have a passion to be in an industry that helps people, but I don't have any formal schooling or anything like that. It's already 5:20 p.m. man, time flies. No wonder I feel so sleepy. Been up since 3:30. Damn, Kagato. I'll watch those videos later. I hope you get good sleep tonight. Yeah, time does fly. I got on at like 1 something. We were having some deep talks. Thank you, Beast. Thank you, Jerome.
Killing like we vultures. I became a queen when I roll with them brothers. 20 line, I eat 9 mess for supper. Brow on command. How sick come on another. 'Cause there ain't no love in the jungle.
Ain't no, ain't no, ain't no love in the jungle. Ain't no, pull me out of this. Hi, Ryder. How you doing, love? Do you have any smokies? I haven't smoked all day long. I'm almost done with my smoothie. I should probably eat like leftover sandwich or something in a bit.
Everybody on a
Little mission.
money makes you go.
Oh, go missing.
I get anyone in on Insta. Everybody,
Aw, thanks, Kagato.
everybody leave me alone.
You're gonna be working overtime, right, you said?
Getting lifted. She won't
Usually more indica.
lit, fucking on bottling.
I'm battling. Everybody. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Ridge my soul.
You won't be
Very long.
though the
Night is gone. It keeps me holding on.
God bless my soul. You won't
Won't be very long.
though
Night is gone on.
it keeps me whole.
At least a month, damn. Well, good luck. I hope that brings you some good savings. You can do something nice for yourself at the end of it. Been lost, I've been lost. Sativa does make people anxious. I hear that from a lot of people.
But I'm really trying. I've been lost. I've been lost. I've been lost. I've been lost for a while.
But I'm really trying. I've been lost, I've been lost, I've been lost.
I've been lost for a while.
But I'm really trying. I've been lost, I've been lost, I've been lost. But I'm really trying. I love Ren. is the best. I love Ren so much. Also, this is a good one. I think he's part of this for the mashup. Hello, Stan. How are you doing? I do have a towel. I just got out of the shower. I misplaced my hairbrush. Kellogg, thank you for gifting a sub to Stan. Thank you so much. I had weird ass dreams last night, Stan. I had trouble sleeping too. Glad you're doing okay. Me out of this. Ayo, posture is important. Thank you.
Oh my god. Talk to me. I knew we were gonna dance, but we danced so hard. Touch me. Holy shit.
No, I'll have it set up once I move. So the move out date is March 5th, so I imagine the middle of March I'll have a PO box. And I'll send out care packages when I go set it up too. Sorry about the delay, guys. Thank you for being so patient. I think I got it, yes. I should be able to send that, though. I think you can pin messages in DMs, Kagato, if you want to pin the message. It was really good. I did not wash my hair, but I did condition it. Because I'm probably gonna wear a wig today, I think. So I don't usually, like, feel the need to wash my hair if I'm gonna wear a wig. And especially because I've been dyeing it, I want to keep it, like, nice and moisturized.
My guy, what's he gotta say? We gonna make it through. You know who it is when I come through? I want you to see me, Fred. I'm here. These guys are giving me life.
We gon' make it through. In this smoking chaos, our shoulder blades kissed. I found you treading water, regardless, as invincible as canned food in 2x4s. I found you exploding, brimstone on your lips, tattooed with a fury as warm as the sun used to be. I found you beautiful.
Your head shakes out your heart. You're pulling yourself apart. We sweat bleeding down. I found you.
I knew then that we were gonna share whatever forever we had left. Defiantly, I found you. In this smoking chaos, our shoulder blades kissed.
Look at the calm across your face. Look at the state you've got this place. I was outside my mind, but I found. And I know I won't let go. There's not a purer heart I know. I was outside my mind, but I found. I found
you. I found you. I found you. I found you beautiful. I found you exploding. I found you. I found you. I found you. I found you beautiful. I found you exploding. I found you.
Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I've had leave-in conditioner before. I have some actually. I don't use it a ton unless I need to, but is it possible to apply hair conditioner without shampooing your hair for, or it is, yeah. Conditioner washing. Yeah, I'm conditioner washing. Yes, exactly. Especially if you have bleached hair like I do. You love my dyed hair? Thank you, Beast. I'm gonna re-dye it soon. I'm just kind of letting it rest for a bit. And I think I'm gonna dye one color at a time to kind of like avoid some of the color bleed that I got. So I'll probably redo the orange and then the blue, because this is supposed to be blue. Sounds good, Kagato. I'm taking care of my physical space first, and then I'll get to like organizing files, and I'll send you the files. Because all my files are discombobulated again. I have too many. I love that like YouTube and whatnot saves my VODs though. That definitely helps me out, because yeah, I have too many files. Despite having a shaved head. You can use the knowledge on your armpit hair. If you guys could pick any color wig I wear today, what would it be? I'll see if I have it.
Diving into your emotions. And sometimes I think I might be broke. But you're bringing back all my feelings. And I fucking love it. I'm deep diving. I'm deep diving. I'm deep diving. I'm deep diving.
Blue? You'd pick blue? Okay. Any other recommendations? Hydrate? Valid? Blue would go wonderful with my shirt? Okay. I hydrated! You vote blue as well? Damn, okay, blue boys. Alright, we'll see what I got. Okay, I gotta let my hair dry a little bit more first before I put the wig on, so we'll probably start with some makeup. Chrome and Lucina. I'm not sure if I'm too familiar with those characters. You should post some fan art of them in the Discord. Thank you guys again so much for fucking being here. I appreciate each and every one of you so much, even if you're here lurking. Yeah, sometimes I feel like a failed streamer, so you guys being here and just hanging out with me no matter what I'm doing, I appreciate it so much. Thank you so much. I'm excited to do more travel streams. I gotta log into my Catnip Twitch on my phone. Oh, fancy pants. Very Chad. Very cool. Gathering all of the blue wigs, and then you guys can help me choose. Oh, no, that's fine too. You can post it there. You're a VIP, so you can post links. Okay, I think this is pretty much the gist of all the blue ones I got. So this one is for a character that I'm gonna cosplay. I still have the stuff for it, I just never have, because she's cool, but like not like super popular. It's like a short dark blue one. And then I have a longer blue one. It's in a ponytail right now. It's got some little braids. And then I have this longer, even longer, like light blue wavy one. Then I have this short, like cyan blue one. They're all kind of messy right now. I gotta clean them up. And then I have, this one's kind of a light blue,
This one's actually multicolored. It's like, it's Lucy's wig from Cyberpunk. So I have this one. And then the last one I have is Jinx's wig. So it's long blue braids. It's kind of messy because I have not worn it since Miami. But I have this. You like the first dark blue one? Any other choices, guys? What do you guys think? You like the first one, but you're partial to navy blues. Okay, so you guys are feeling the first one. The first one is the one in like nicest condition, probably. Any other choices? Should I do a poll? What's up, Gim? How you doing? Might as well do a poll? Okay. Alright, let me set up a poll, guys. Okay, I started the poll, guys. It's in chat. Alright, short dark blue, long dark blue, short cyan, Jinx, or long light wavy blue. I didn't put Lucy's wig on there because it's the one that's most like. For which wig I'm gonna wear. It's the most like non-blue, and we'll do Lucy again another day. I haven't cosplayed Lucy in a minute. I've been wanting to redo her. The costume that I got is just, it didn't fit properly. My hips were too wide. Someone's gotta make like a cosplay company for like curvy chicks and MILFs, man. Because most of these things do not fit me. Alright, long dark blue's winning. I'll be right back. The poll's gonna last about 9 more minutes, guys. And you can vote with channel points.
Even though I miss you, I know that you're not for me. To learn to love myself, I had to let you be. I still don't understand the way that I got caught up in the fall, but I want to feel it all. Even though I miss you, I know that you're not for me. To learn to love myself, I had to let you be. I still can't find someone to make me feel the way that some days I still can't entertain what we could have been. Even though I miss you so bad. Even though I miss you so bad. I miss you, but I want to feel it all. Don't judge me, take care of me. touch me, be there for me. Hold me in your arms, Don't judge me. Hold me in your arms, they will make it through. Don't judge me. I got a precious kind of love for you. I know that shit fine. Say that you're praying for me every day. Oh, send your precious kind of love your way. Don't judge me. Don't judge me. I know that shit fine. Don't judge me. Oh, send your precious kind of love your way.
Life! You give life! You everything, you my world, you my motivation, you everything, you everything to me. The truth. Everything to me. I rock with you. Ooh.
Don't judge me. Hold me in your arms, they will make it through. Don't judge me. I got a precious kind of love for you. I know that shit fine. Say that you're praying for me every day. I send that precious kind of love your way. Don't judge me.
Someone once said to me that the really hard part about life is learning that being here, being on Earth, being a person is about learning to lose. This year has really brought that home. I know that I am being made stronger. I am being forged. I am being compressed. I am being squeezed like a piece of coal into a diamond. For me, hope has really been essential. Hope is not just a feeling, it's a strategy. It is something that you have in spite of every rational reason to not have hope. Optimism and faith and hanging on when it doesn't even maybe make sense to hang on. It's a strategy. This year we've had to lose our space, we've lost dancing. We've lost the hugs with friends and people that we loved, all these things that we took for granted. If I can live through this next 6 months, day by day, if I can live through this, what comes next will be marvelous. We've lost dancing. We've lost dancing. This year we've had to lose.
I am back. How's the poll going? 2 minutes left. Oh, the Jinx wig is winning. The Jinx wig is winning. Okay, we got 2 minutes left. Got them childbearing hips. I do! I had a baby! He's 5 years old. You Kagato. Welcome back, Pinky. Pinky, you did that! Oh my god, mad lad. I got some noms here, guys. I'm eating today. I love you guys so much. I love you guys. 1 minute left on the poll. Jinx is taking the lead. The tides could still be turned. Long, light, wavy blue wig is getting up there. 13%, 14%, 19% on the long, dark blue. You guys like me with long hair, huh? All the votes are you. You got some channel points saved up? You guys like me or something? Like, what? Fucking, you got channel points saved up? You like watch this stream? Who watches this stream, man? Absolutely beast. Do you have kiddos? They do, though. I thought we just saved them forever. Valley's like, I don't care about the wig. Where's the wolf among us?
This year we had to lose our space we've lost.
We still gotta do the near stream, too. Oh, yeah, for sure, Beast. I feel that. Jinx wig won! Okay, I gotta brush that shit because it's been in that bag since Miami. I should maybe also wash it. Unless I want, like, ocean water, but that's not too bad, I guess. Kaguto, go to sleep! I'll message you while you're working, I promise. I'll get better about messaging you when you're not here. If I ever don't reply to your guys' messages, just spam me with memes and little, like, gifs of cats or something. Also, Kira, I messaged in Discord chat on Tricky server. Someone brought it to my attention. Just chill a little bit on the poo-poo slinging. Just a little bit. I think Richard's like playing along with it though. But yeah, just a little bit. I appreciate you talking in there though and hanging out. I'm known to talk at 12 a.m. UK time. Damn. Yeah, no worries, Kira. I love you and all that. Just yeah. No offense or anything. You don't even know what the Jinx wig looks like? Look up Jinx from League of Legends. Holy shit, we got 20 viewers. What's up, guys? How you doing? Yeah, and also I don't even want to bring them up really, or bring this up. Maybe don't mention that person's cat so much, you know what I mean? Just because, yeah. I don't want it to be, like, seen as anything that it's, like, not. I don't know. I know it's, like, been a joke for you for a long time, but. What's up, Kaiju? How you doing? Good night, Kagato. Yeah, go sleep, go sleep. Get some rest.
My depression is a shit
No worries at all. I'll check those videos out while you're sleeping. I love you too, Pinky. Your sandwich has really good sauce. Aw, that sounds like fun. I've never seen Dead Mouse. What's up, Nico? How you doing? Thanks, Stan. I appreciate that. Been up to R&R yet since you moved here? Oh, Red Rocks? Yeah, I actually went to Red Rocks before I moved here. Oh, that's what you're referring to, RR. That's really cool, though, that he plays it on your birthday. Yeah, I saw Ganja at Red Rocks. I went to Wobble Rocks, last year. It was really cool. That's the only time I've been to Red Rocks. It was really beautiful. You got this, Kira! I hope the move goes super smoothly and you decorate your new place to be fantastical and amazing and you feel so at home in it. Aw, of course, Pinky. I'm just, all I can do is be me. Thank you so much for being inspired by me and being so sweet to me. I'm just a little guy, man. Nice, Dan. Did you make your appointments yet? That's my first step when I get in the new place, is getting insurance. Oh yeah, Pinky? Maybe you did. You can send it to me and we can maybe play it if you want. If you have it out yet. Or is it a new one? Make it house pink? I mean, you could. Right. Yeah, absolutely. What you get to wear, how you decorate. I'm really happy for you. In one of my first places, when I was like 19 and I finally started decorating more, like 19, 20, I made everything purple. Purple and rainbow. All that hippy dippy shit everywhere. I'm excited to design my first place this spring, like being able to like actually design a house. Like, wow, that's like really cool. I'm really excited. It's in Norwegian. It's a couple of weeks old. If you want to, you can send it. Thank you. Preoccupied with things. Started taxes yesterday. Oh, yeah. Taxes is a pain in the ass, too. I am building a house. I'm going to be renting a garage space on my family's land. And remodeling the garage. But they have like 5 acres. So I'm going to be also building like my own, hopefully like a earthship is what I want to do. Like a sustainable house that produces its own electricity, its own food, its own water, rain collection and all that. Sorry, I'm just eating ranch like a Neanderthal. This place, it's called Cheba Hut. It's a sandwich shop that's like kind of weed themed. They have their big size of sandwiches is called blunts. And I don't know why their ranch is so fucking good. It's so good. You're getting Cheba Hut, Kaiju? Cheba Hut is so good. You're in Colorado, yeah? Cheba Hut is the best, bro. I think it might be the best sandwich shop I've ever eaten. I want my fizz. I drank it last night. This is like leftovers, but... Oh, really? Cool, very cool. I've been lost, I've been lost, I've been lost for a while. Maybe I'll see you at a show someday, Kaiju. Because I'm moving out of Colorado, but I will be back. I will be back for sure. I'll actually be able to when I'm at my parents', like renting for that cheap. I'll be able to afford to travel more because living in Colorado is a bit expensive. Like car insurance is more expensive here and a lot of other things for me, so I haven't been able to travel that much. I appreciate you, Kira. I've been kind of melancholy the past few days, but I'm coming out of it. I'm feeling better. I'm back on stream. I'm getting ready to move. I gotta be out of here by March 5th. Yeah, I came from Oregon, and Oregon has no sales tax, and my insurance was 1/3 of the price. And I'm like, bro, it's insane. Yeah, dude, no sales tax. I mean, it's like, I'm actually highly considering, because I still have Oregon, like, I'm still a resident of Oregon, right? And to do the schooling that I wanted to do, you needed to be an Oregon resident for like 2 years, which I was. So I'm thinking that I might keep my citizenship there, go back there and stay there like while I'm rebuilding the place in Minnesota, and go stay there for like a month or two while I'm doing my schooling. I'm highly considering that. Sorry, I'm eating ranch. Don't look at me weird. Sorry. It's good ranch. I don't know what they put in this shit. Thank you, Pinky. So I've been trying to... You always order the 5-0? I haven't tried the 5-0. So I've been trying to eat less meat this year, but I do kind of just end up eating meat when it's like, when I'm sharing something with someone. So we got the, oh, what is it called? It's like the avocado BLT with like the special sauce. Dude, the sauce they put on it is so good. But we added chicken. Oh, you had to have it pushed back? No, Kira, that sucks. I hope it is on this date. I hate when they push things back like that. I am gremlin right now, so licking the ranch makes sense. Oh, I love that, Pinky. Oh, I love it, Pinky. I'm reading it right now. It's beautiful. You wrote this? You wrote this, Pinky? Okay, we're gonna listen to it. Not available. Is it 'cause I'm in America? Pinky, no! It's kind of my fault. Oops. Listen, Valley. What do you mean you're lucky? Someone's into that. You can find another video of it? Okay, cool. Listen. Alright, since we're going Jinx, let's go. How's it going, Powder? Guys, if you haven't seen Arcane, definitely watch it. I would watch it with you guys in Discord, but I don't know where to find it online. If someone finds where to watch it online, we can maybe watch it. But the next season, I think, comes out at the end of this year. I think.
Every time she comes, something goes wrong. She chases every job. She made a mistake. Name one time she hasn't. She's young.
I think so.
Where's your sister?
I ruined everything.
Yeah, so it might be hard to find it.
You heard them.
It's really good, though. If you guys have Netflix, you should watch it.
We've all had bad days. But we learn. And we stick together. You did this? I really wanted to help. I told you to stay away!
Betrayal. That pain, it feels like it'll eat you from the inside out.
Why did you leave me? Because you're a jinx! Do you hear me? Milo was right.
Can either break you or forge you into something greater. You need to let Powder die. So the fear of pain will no longer control you.
Silco is running a cult. He's running a cult. Not a good one. But what option did she have, though? What option did she fucking have? Like, she was left. She was a child, bro. Her sister just decked her in the face and she... Spoiler alert. Her friends. What choice does she fucking have, man? Sad. A sad show. Warning. This show will leave you, like, if you actually give a shit, at least. I gave a shit because, like, I started playing League of Legends in 2013 when they announced Jinx, 2013, 2014. I saw her music video and I fell in love with her character design and her energy and aura. And then when Arcane came out a couple years ago, I was like watching it with my friends and I was like pausing it every minute. I was like geeking out, like, oh my god, this is what the and then the way it just goes and ends. My heart, man, it's fucked up. It's fucked up. Yeah, but it was too late, Valley. It was too late. Silco got there first.
She's crazy. She pushed it too fast. You said you could control her. She's a problem.
And it was like she had misheard Vi talking about her before, so it sounded like way worse than it actually was. So she already had that like presupposition. She was like trying to prove herself. And then yeah, so the moment that fucking happened and the punch, villain origin story, powder broke. Just no more, man. It's fucked up. It's very fucked up. Yeah, sure, if you want to, Pinky, you can. I think you asked that before, but yeah, if you want. If you want, I'm gonna try and bring some goodies to TwitchCon. Some homemade stuff.
Do you have any idea what you've done?
Actually, I do.
I need to know that I can rely on you.
What have you done with my sister?
I freed her.
Powder's gone by. All that's left is Jinx, and she belongs to
You're
someone.
wrong.
I keep seeing that day.
Stop.
Fear haunts us all, child.
She's still in there. I can reach her.
You can't.
To be honest, I was kind of hoping Arcane would take the opportunity to make Jinx a little less Harley Quinn. Yeah, I mean, but I think that's kind of like the point, like, of Harley Quinn. Like, she fucking snapped. She had some dude come along and fuck her up mentally, and she fucking snapped, and she went crazy. So it's like, I feel like Jinx, like, because from the first debut of Jinx, like, she's been like, bro, it goes along perfectly. The way that Arcane ends goes along perfectly with like this music video. I feel like that's just kind of her aura. She's just a very like Jinx-like archetype. But she wasn't always that way. I really liked how like Arcane kind of displays like the inner child and what she used to be, and she was like really just trying her best, and then her best wasn't good enough. Yeah. You in your face. My inner child will fight you? Look at this though. Is she not? Is she not? But like different than Harley Quinn, right? Like Jinx don't need no man, right? Like she don't give a fuck about no Mr. J, right? Like she's like doing her own thing. She's like more boss ass bitch independent woman type vibe. Harley Quinn's like, yeah, very different. I need to read more Harley Quinn. I've never actually read... I was never a comic book person. I never, like, actually got comics as a kid. Like, I wasn't allowed to. I didn't have any. I had vampire novels. That's what I had. There were no comic book stores where I grew up. Like, absolutely none. Okay. Alright, yeah, I gotta read the actual comments then. I feel like Jinx never really had that codependent relationship, so the origin story is much different. It's like familial, it's like inequality in society, like very different reasons for kind of like having that snap. But I think like the where I'm comparing them is like the snap and like the crazy manic psycho girl archetype. Yeah, I guess she had a codependent relationship with Silco. Yeah, I guess Silco's like her Joker, yeah. But it wasn't like, it was like more like a father figure, not like romantic. So it's like different in that way. Well, her sister like raised her. I think that's like a little different because she was like a small child at the beginning. So I think like a parental versus like a relationship vibe is like a little different. I kind of see what you mean though. They didn't really... We'll see where they go with it though, because it depends on how many seasons they do. Because I think Jinx is like not at this stage in Arcane. Like at the end of the first season of Arcane, it's before this version of Jinx. Like she's more like a teenager in Arcane. It seems like she's like an adult in like this debut. I don't know if I've seen the new trailer. I saw like a little preview, but I don't know if that was the full thing. I feel like they're gonna expand more into the other characters. I don't think it's necessarily gonna be a show completely centered around Jinx or Vi. I do think they're like big focal points of it, but it feels like the way they brought in like Heimerdinger and Jace and Echo and what's his name? I can't think of his name. Victor, and like yeah, like all the other characters they brought in. It seems like they're gonna like mesh it more. Yeah. But Jinx is like a focal point of the story because she's like making the decision to do what she does at the end of the first season and just fuck everything up because she's like, fuck it. Fuck everything! She's done. I'm just hoping they do a completely different area each season. Dude, the cliffhanger they left it on though, they have to. They have to go in to like what's going on because like the cliffhanger I got left on, man. They can't leave us like that. They can't just move to a new area right away. Well, I guess they could move to a new area and then they could have the stories like intersect in some way. But like, bro, Cassie is Jinx. There's a reason I started playing League of Legends, and it was her. It was her. She did it for me, man. 17-year-old me, this was my idol. Like, this character made me feel so understood. Harley Quinn, not as much. Jinx, I liked more. I don't know. It just captivated me. And the game was fun. And it was like a whole new territory in gaming for me because before that I was like really into RuneScape and stuff like that, like Call of Duty. I had never played a MOBA. I didn't play Dota or anything like that. All right. So they already introduced the Noxian general at the end of the last season. Oh, I see.
You're all I have left. I can't lose you.
Yeah, I didn't play it much before. I started around then, like season 3, I think it was.
This and none.
I saw it, but she made me download it.
Light it up.
I saw it around. I was like,
I promise. Oh, Powder. Who's Powder?
sounds good, Pinky.
My sister. I thought she died, but it's your sister. I have to try and find her. She's back. She's looking for you.
I'm never gonna see you again.
Are you real?
Yes, of course. It's me, Vi. Your sister. I'm here. I'm right here.
It's not what you think. She's with some girl enforcer.
Who's she?
Guess she replaced you.
You're lying. You lied.
I wanted to protect you.
From what?
She and the enforcer are back for the crystal.
No, what's that? I
Not for you.
no idea.
Her back in town to tell you another time before you implode. And Silco finally gets the message that you're as good for her cause as you are for your family.
Is she was here for me?
Jinx.
Have you forgotten how she left you?
Powder, it's okay.
It's Jinx now. Powder fell down a well.
Who found you? Who cared for you? Gave you a home?
You did what you had to do.
Oh, let me check.
It's okay. What matters is we're together.
Everyone betrays.
Silco, the teenage Jinx. With obvious ranks and hard line lessons.
Interesting.
Didn't make Jinx.
How does that make you feel, Kellogg? Do you want pretty women to step on you?
Are we still sisters?
Oh, Jessica's there too.
Going to change that. I thought maybe you could love me like you used to. Even alone. Different. You changed too. So, here's to the loss.
Sounds accusatory. You don't know what I'm into. I mean, you mentioned it.
Don't cry. You were perfect. It's okay. Soon, we will show more.
Wah! Okay, I'll play your song now, Pinky. Which friend? Which friend, Kellogg? Thanks for the follow. He looks like a vibe. Muse and his partner? Aw, I love them so much. I thought that's who you were referring to. Was that your first time meeting them? They're so sweet. They are such sweet people. I love them. Alright, just because you're following and checking out the stream habit, I will play that for you. Where did you find the stream from, Habith? Beautiful, Pinky. Thank you for sharing. Oh, it looks kind of scary. It looks very scary. Oof. Get fucked, bro. Get fucked. Oh, man. He just goes under. Alright. Alrighty. Goddamn. Comments are turned off. No speculation allowed. Yeah. That was a wild ride. For sure. For sure, for sure. This the kind of girl you want, Kellogg? All the warning signs we used to know you wanna. Cause it's dark inside, but a beautiful cry. You can't run and hide. Whoa, whoa, better watch your back. Cause I go off like a maniac. We like, what them girls, what them girls, what them girls at? Am I picking on you? Why are you telling me about Jenna Lynn Mirauri stepping on people? But thank you also. Interesting. I'm sorry. You pick on me. Don't dish it out if you can't take it. Cult leader Sylvester Kellogg, taker of foreskin. It's your new title. It's quite the title. I'm projecting my own insecurity that I take foreskin. And I like women stepping on me. Hey, I mean, I want 2 plates. Dish me out. You want some marinara with that?
Fahrenheit, and Marisol.
Alright, now let's learn about how our food system is killing us.
There, under the oppressive heat of the sun, she snips the ripened fruit that will end up in a grocery store
Snip, snip.
across the country. She hands the ripened fruit to another worker, who hurriedly packs the bunches into plastic containers. All of a sudden, a young worker, a woman just 21 years of age, collapses from heat exhaustion. Thousands of miles away, Terry Mays wakes up in Louisiana State Penitentiary. He's about to start another grueling day on the notorious Angola farm. There, he'll pick vegetables for as little as 2 cents an hour.
Not a day in the field.
These are the laborers fueling our food system. Out of sight of the grocery store and the typical imagery of the American farm, the US food system consists of chains and blood. This is the real story of farming in America. one that is a far cry from the romanticized vision of older white men.
I haven't heard of it. Is it bad? Is it good?
The American food system
Sounds not good.
runs on exploitation, theft, trafficking, and even...
What's up, Dak? How you doing
This
today?
video is sponsored by Ground News. Stick around to the end until to find out how you can get 30% off Ground News. Terry Mays' day on the farm begins with a ride on the back of a truck, because
much of Angola prison is farmland. Thousands of cattle are raised here to be sold on the open market, and a variety of crops are grown here as well.
while it does mean that he gets to spend time out in the fresh air, unlike many other incarcerated people, it's grueling and undesirable work. As fellow inmate Javante Sanders notes,
"It's the bottom of the barrel, the field. Nobody wants to be in the field."
But this story has deep roots. Wielding black bodies for harvesting and profit is the foundation of the United States economy. American agriculture, especially in the South, was built on chattel slavery. It ripped freedom away from people and forced them to work under inhumane conditions in order to maximize the profit coming out of cotton or sugarcane fields. This is racial capitalism at work.
Capitalism is racial capitalism. The Industrial Revolution,
Oh! What a coinky dink, Valley. What a nice coincidence. I think I told you guys too, I grew up around a lot of prisons also. Let's watch and learn about Valley's backyard.
The production of capital was enabled by slave labor in the U.S.
The U.S.'s economy boomed off of the back of enslaved labor and toil. That is until 1865. Following the end of the American Civil War, the 13th
Oh, you do,
Amendment to
Dak.
the US
Damn.
Constitution
Yeah, very interesting video. I think the
abolished
prison
slavery.
system's interesting. We're very, very interesting time in the world right now. It's better than it was, but it's also, I feel like our generation has like a lot of work to do in reassessing how all these things work and how they can work better.
But there is an added caveat to the amendment that
But
would change.
But each year they have a rodeo where prisoners compete in typical rodeo events and sell crafts or something. Oh, I see.
Except as a punishment for crime.
A massive loophole in a land built on racist profit-seeking. A loophole that plantation owners and agricultural corporations would quickly come to exploit. Parchman Farm at Mississippi State Penitentiary, another maximum security prison just a state away from Angola, continues the legacy of slavery in the South today. Here in the fields near the prison, which resembles a slave plantation, inmates are forced to harvest almost 3.
It's kind of weird. Yeah. Well, it's like... I guess it's kind of like, for me, like, where you see, like... It's not like the Mr. Beast thing, but kinda. Where you see, like, Mr. Beast doing things for people who otherwise probably wouldn't need those things done for them if we had better social systems. So it's, like, nice that, like, prisoners get to go and like go to a rodeo and sell crafts. It's like nice, but then it's like they're prisoners and some of them are in there for like, I don't know, petty drug crimes and stuff like that. I think that's messed up. Yeah. Okay, they aren't going to the rodeo. Oh, they're like forced to, they're performing. Okay. So it's kind of like, is it kind of like, fucking, what's it called? Dead Man Wonderland? Have you seen that? Oh God, man. No.
300,000 pounds of vegetables for no pay, all to service and reduce the costs of the very institution that's detaining them. According to the Innocence Project, Black Mississippians account for 70% of Parchman's incarcerated population, while making up only...
I mean, he does. That's my thing. And like some of these like competitions, it's like they have to compete to win something. And I don't know, I'm like, how do you select people? You just like pick your friends or like, you know, I don't know. And some of them, not all of them. You've read Dead Man Wonderland? Yeah, so it's like kind of like, it's not like death matches, but that's kind of what Dead Man Wonderland is. You're just a kitchen supervisor. Your entire crew are inmates. Ah, yeah, I see. One of my workers is getting out tonight. He said today, thanks, Dak, for treating me like a human. Aww. I'm really glad that you treat them like humans, Dak, because some people don't.
The state's population, a vast discrepancy that is common amongst America's prison system. A system which now cages 1.8 million people directly. A system which has been shown time and time again to be irreparably racist. A system that detains and exploits the time and labor of people of color for the benefit of the few white elite. In the decades following the ratification of the 13th Amendment, the nexus of exploitation of incarcerated people, who were often formerly enslaved people, was agricultural labor. Newly freed Black Americans were imprisoned without cause and leased back to plantations in the South to do the same grueling work that they or their ancestors were forced to do under slavery. In short, the police imprisoned innocent people under Jim Crow rules and then leased them to local farms for as little as $9 a month. States earned a profit while the prisoners received no pay and faced dangerous working conditions. This allowed plantation owners to continue operating without having to pay workers in their fields. And in the post-war South, this was such a lucrative scheme that in 1898, some 73% of Alabama's entire annual state revenue came from convict leasing. Essentially, the racist prison system captured and disciplined a labor force for white plantation owners and farmers to exploit for maximum profit. After the passage of the 1941 federal law banning convict leasing, however, the system is now rare. But because of corporate pressure, restrictions on prison leasing systems loosened in the 1970s. So today, the leasing of incarcerated people still exists, like in the case of Hickman's Family Farms, which paid Arizona correctional industry $12 an hour for each leased imprisoned person in 2019. Of that $12, most captive laborers only received 50 cents an hour after deductions for their toil. And this kind of farm work can be dangerous. At Hickman Family Farms, one laborer's finger was cut off during egg processing, while another's hand was crushed by machinery, leading to imprisoned workers suing the Hickmans multiple times for negligence and unsafe working conditions. But Hickman Farms' leasing program is an outlier in the prison agribusiness system. Most agricultural work throughout the prison industrial system fuels the very system itself. Today, tens of thousands of incarcerated people are forced to work agricultural jobs on roughly 600 prison farms across the country. The farm laborers harvest food that gets sent back to prison cafeterias, like in the case of DeSoto Work Camp in Florida, nourishes nearby military bases, or gets sold to food distributors like Leprino Foods, who from 2017 to 2020...
Oh, it's the rodeo for this prison. Okay. Yo, that's kind of crazy. Which section? How far down? Oh, cruelty, I see. Some criticize the event for being inhumane and exploitative. For example, in 2013, the LSU Reveal published a piece calling the rodeo reminiscent of Roman gladiators. Yeah. Read glorified slaves and barbaric at best. Several events are specifically designed. That's how I kind of feel about boxing almost, though, too. And, like, I was like, the day before yesterday... I think I was on mushrooms, and me and my partner were watching, we were like, oh, what's on Kick? And it was like, the top thing was like Adam Ross's like big boxing thing, and they were like beating the shit out of each other. And I'm not into that kind of thing. I'm not. I've tried to be, and I'm just not. And it just, yeah, it gives me that vibe. Like, so many people are like suffering under capitalism and then being pushed to positions, to do stuff like that is, I don't know, weird to me. Yeah. Several events are specifically designed to endanger the lives of participating inmates, like the especially dangerous convict poker. How would poker danger your life? What happened? Oh, okay. It says right now, where a bull is released with the sole purpose of unseating poker players, and the players must resist the urge to run away in order to win. That's way worse than I thought. What the fuck? What? While the event is voluntary and many inmates speak its praises, the chance to win cash prizes up to $500. Okay, $500 is not shit, man. But if you're an inmate, it's like more. In the case of the Guts and Glory event, is a strong economic incentive for inmates to put themselves in harm's way, especially since the inmates' wages usually earn them between 2 cents and 75 cents an hour. This is actual slavery. This is actual fucking slavery. This is so fucked up. Critics say the prize money compromises the voluntary nature of the event. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, yeah. I think that's a lot of people's, like, thing with, like, sex work, too, is, like, and it's honestly kind of my thing at a certain point. It's like, how much would people do if they weren't in such dire straits financially? Like, it's like, pushing people's free will. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, if you guys want to read more about that, Valley linked it in Twitch chat. Wild shit.
But all of Colorado Correctional Industries prisoner-made buffalo milk.
No, they're not talking about it directly in the video, but I didn't realize you were referencing the specific prison they're talking about. That was crazy.
Leprino Foods
That was crazy.
then distributed that dairy to its customers, among whom are Papa John's, Domino's, and Pizza Hut. Even the artisanal foods like goat milk and tilapia lining Whole Foods' shelves were, for a time, raised by the hands of incarcerated laborers. And this carceral-based agribusiness is profitable for institutions like the Colorado prison system, which makes over $6 million
Colorado.
a year.
Dude, I've been seeing so many synchronicities in little YouTube videos like this. Like, a lot of stuff is happening in Colorado and has been for a while. Yeah. Damn, dude.
Annual reports. All the while, incarcerated agricultural laborers are only paid a dismal 74
Perhaps
cents
value, but in April I have that Eclipse Festival, and then I might be going to Chicago Exotica. We'll see. Oh my god, I've actually considered, I don't know if it's too late. Andrew Callahan's looking for more people. So I was considering applying to work for Andrew Callahan. Let me see if they're still Channel 5 Andrew recruiting. Are they still doing it? He talked about it in one of his videos. I don't know if they're still doing it. I think the deadline was sometime in February. But I have highly considered doing stuff like that. It's probably a tough gig. Yeah, I would need some bodyguards. Like something. I don't know. I gotta get buff or something. Did you see this recent video, Valley? He straight up went to jail. He went to, like, border jail. He got caught hopping the border. I've always wondered, too, like, how the fuck he does it, because he does some crazy interviews.
to $4 a day. Essentially, large corporations and state institutions draw on the
They're wild,
labor force of unfree workers to keep costs down and profits high. It's important to note here that the exploitation of captive labor is just one side of the prison industrial complex. While this complex of carceral punishment and detainment does mean a vast exploitable reserve labor force, often, as abolitionist Ruth Wilson Gilmore notes,
the fact of having people captive and idle means that their time is extracted, and that time is turned into money in the form of somebody being paid a salary, some food vendor being paid for the beans and rice, some utilities company being paid for gas and electricity, and so forth.
One of the main sources of money and profit prisoners generates for corporations then is not their direct labor, but instead the vast network of services needed to keep the prison system running. In the case of agricultural work, whose harvest funnel directly back into the prison system, this assures the continued survival of this prison.
We can watch them if you guys want.
And of course, as the prison agricultural lab notes, there are
I think
also
we watched like half of one of the border videos on stream, but I think there's like 2 new ones that we didn't.
Farm farm, gardening, and horticultural work within the prison system. Agricultural work is a complicated issue because for some on the inside,
I agree with you, Dak. Most people aren't bad people, just stupid mistakes or addiction. Yep. And lack of support systems, poverty.
Alternative than other jobs within the system. For some, it can be therapeutic or a place of refuge. As one incarcerated person explains in a quote from Civil Eats, the garden is like walking into an airlock, a reprieve from a loud, noisy, aggressive place. But regardless of whether it's therapeutic, it's still unfree labor in a system that crushes people's souls. And often gardens and food work can be used by the prison system itself to distract from the injustices they are perpetrating, greenwashing an unjust system. But the material reality for some is that gardening or goat milking is the least bad option under a terrible system. And yet for others, like Terry Mays, agricultural work represents slavery by another name.
It's injustice.
A reality that is paralleled across the country in the fields of California. There, a much larger population of marginalized farm workers toils to put food on our plates. While wildfires raged in the foothills of California's Central Valley and the plague of COVID-19 stole the lives of millions, farm laborers picked strawberries. Farm workers in America must work through smoke, fire, sickness, and death. This is the reality of farm workers in the United States. In a capitalist food system organized by just a few massive corporations that prioritize mass quantities of food for rock-bottom prices, distributors squeeze farm owners who then squeeze their laborers as much as possible. Agricultural labor, especially when it comes to growing fruits and vegetables, receives the brunt of an unsustainable, unjust, and exploitative food system, one that prioritizes profits over people and planet. Because the majority of food crops and produce must be picked by hand, U.S. fruit and vegetable farms require a lot of labor. Labor which is primarily outsourced to workers coming from the imperial periphery. These days, there are roughly 1.5 million farm workers in the US, 70% of who are foreign-born and 59% are undocumented. The typical image of a white American farmer in overalls and a pitchfork is a false one. Most farm workers are migrant laborers moving across borders for seasonal work. Because for many born in the US, the grueling labor of harvesting is unappealing.
When Washington State spent thousands on an advertising campaign to find US farm workers in 2021, it resulted in 1 job referral and 0 hires.
Farm owners and agribusinesses do very little to lighten the blow of the grueling toll of farm labor. As one farm worker explains,
she says it's been very hot, there's a lot of dust, they have a hard time breathing, they get headaches and sore throats, but they have to keep working, she says, because if they don't work, how are they going to live?
While another migrant worker who was promised housing at a farm describes the inhuman conditions he was met with.
Arañas, tenía cucarachas, el baño no servía, estaba muy cochina, muy sucia que estaba la casa.
Okay, I actually have to watch this with guys. It's a little tangled.
In America date back to 1935. That year, FDR signed the National Labor Relations Act into law. It was a huge win for workers, granting them the right to organize into unions, collectively bargain, and go on strike. But like most other New Deal programs, there were racist loopholes that cut Black Americans out of those social safety nets. In the case of the National Labor Relations Act, this meant agricultural laborers, who were predominantly Black at the time, were specifically excluded from the Act's protection. The bill quite bluntly states, the term employee shall not include any individual employed as an agricultural laborer. And again in 1938, the Fair Labor Standards Act explicitly states that the protections shall not apply with respect to any employee employed in agriculture. It wasn't until 1966 that the federal minimum wage finally applied to farm workers. As the nonprofit Farm Worker Justice notes, to this day, farm workers remain excluded from federal overtime requirements, the National Labor Relations Act, many states' workers' compensation laws, and many occupational health and safety protections. Indeed, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration in California, where the majority of U.S. produce is harvested, only has 1 field agent for every 91,568 farm workers. So when it comes to farm workers, oversight and regulation are scarce. This has led to verbal abuse from farm owners, sexual assault,
Una vez más, y siguió, y siguió, y siguió.
Entonces cuando no accedes, no tienes trabajo a la temporada que viene.
Child exploitation.
The first day I started working when I was 12, it was kind of hard for me to work and coughing, sneezing all the time, itchy throat, runny nose, and trying to make it. Even it was hot, I was sweating. It was hard.
And even death.
A 58-year-old mother gone while working in the field, her daughter holding her in her last moments.
This is the toll of agricultural labor in the United States. Some might argue that this is happening because many of these workers are undocumented and therefore aren't recognized under US law. If only they had visas, these unjust conditions would disappear. But that's far from the case. In fact, as Trump and then Biden cracked down on the US's southern border, farm owners have taken to bringing people into their farm through temporary H-2A work visas. While on paper this seems better, it often means farm workers are restrained in a different manner. They're not only chained to their jobs for wages, but farm workers are also tethered to toiling in the fields in fear of losing their visa.
Many times they've been forced to pay recruitment fees that are illegal or pay breach fees that keep them in their jobs. So they're uncomfortable with complaining about an employer that may be violating their rights, raising issues to the authorities. And that means that those workers are incredibly vulnerable.
In some cases, the H-2A visa program has led to modern-day slavery, like in the case of migrant farm workers in Georgia. A federal investigation codenamed Operation Blooming Onion uncovered a human trafficking ring that used the visa system to exploit workers.
Group in Georgia accused of creating a modern-day slavery operation charged with luring migrants from Mexico, Guatemala, and Honduras with temporary visas and then making them work for pennies.
Some migrant workers claim that it's even preferable to be undocumented when they come for seasonal work. But this abuse and exploitation of migrant communities to grow the food we eat and also waste isn't just a US tragedy. It spawns wherever the capitalist core can siphon workers at minimal cost away from the imperial periphery. Like in the case of Italy,
many Indians work 7 days a week, during harvest time up to 12 to 13 hours a day.
Or Australia.
Employers deduct hundreds of dollars a week for accommodation, transport, and other expenses.
At the end of the day, you didn't even get enough to survive.
In short, agriculture under racial capitalism is not only chemically and fossil fuel intensive, as I revealed in this video, but it also dehumanizes, abuses, and exploits the workers who support the foundations of farming. Karl Marx put it bluntly. All progress in capitalist agriculture is a progress in the art not only of robbing the worker, but of robbing the soil. So the food that we pile onto our plates and let rot in our landfills is built on a system of dual theft. It relies on the incarceration and exploitation of the racialized other, as well as the desolation and extraction of the soil. So how can we bring an end to this system? The struggle of Terry Mays at Angola and Marisol in the vineyards of California revealed just how broken our global food system is. Alongside the many environmental harms of modern agriculture, the way we grow food in the imperial core heavily relies on the exploitation and oppression of the racialized other. While the prison agribusiness industry and the exploitation of migrant farmers might seem like separate struggles, if we dig under the surface, it's clear that there are many interlocking forces driving the bloody toll our food extracts on marginalized communities. Fortress mentality embodied in calls for stronger border security and immigration and customs enforcement drives and exacerbates the vulnerability of migrant farm workers. Not only does it make work extremely unstable, but anti-immigration policies and crackdowns push a labor force which is quite literally the bedrock of our agricultural system between a rock and a hard place. Either risk being undocumented or work under the confines of an easily exploitable H-2A visa, both of which force workers into highly exploitable positions. Two bad options. Paralleling this policing of the border and immigration is the policing of people of color, especially black communities, within US borders. The United States is built on a legacy of slavery and using people of color as cheap and exploitable labor to fuel the wealth and capital accumulation of the white elite. The US prison system is just the newest iteration of centuries of racial capitalist logic. It chains people of color into a captive labor force so that business and industry can make a killing directly and indirectly exploiting their time and toil. The racist policing of both the border and the streets are thus intertwined with the incessant drive of capital to minimize the cost of labor and maximize the profit from commodity sale. These carceral systems create captive and thus easily exploitable labor forces, which enable maximum capital accumulation, which means that the agricultural labor of migrant and incarcerated workers are wrapped up in global capitalism, which exploits and pits reserve armies of labor in the imperial periphery against each other to benefit the wealth and prosperity of companies and capitalists in the imperial core. So a truly just and sustainable farming system must be anti-capitalist, anti-racist, and globally just. And the first steps towards building that more just, equitable, and sustainable agricultural economy are already on their way. Farm workers have unionized and have built enough power to incorporate much-needed worker reforms under some state laws. Reviving the legacy of struggle spearheaded by farm workers like Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta, migrant laborers are organizing and struggling for long-needed reforms. Like in New York, where farm workers organized to establish a state law protecting farm worker unionization, requiring overtime pay and worker injury compensation, among other wins, in 2019. Or similar campaigns in Oregon and Washington that fought for new legislation requiring overtime pay for farm workers after 40 hours. Laws which are now under pressure from farm owners seeking to sneak in a loophole for the peak harvest season. Meanwhile, the police and prison abolitionist movement has pervaded public consciousness since the uprisings of 2020, giving strength to unionization efforts and harm reduction tactics bubbling out from incarcerated workers on the inside. Like the thousands of incarcerated laborers in the Alabama prison system who went on strike in 2022 to protest poor prison conditions across the state, or the lawsuits of those imprisoned at Angola decrying the dangerous conditions at the prison farm. These struggles, as James Kilgore notes, are not actions over bread and butter issues. They're about the dehumanizing environment of contemporary prisons, the warehousing of black, brown, and poor human beings, the squelching of their soul and spirit. They are striving to rekindle some collective sense of hope in their lives. They need far more than higher wages or a union card. They need freedom. But until the roots of racial capitalism are ripped out of the global food system and resown with anti-racist and anti-imperialist seeds, these reforms will only be band-aids on a festering wound, which means we need to look towards the future, towards a vision of farming that doesn't require the hyper-exploitation of the racialized other to put food on our plates. And as farm workers struggle for justice in the US, small farmers across Europe protest for stable food pricing, an ongoing development that has been covered across the media landscape in a fight that is increasingly becoming politicized and polarized. That's why I've been using this video's sponsored Ground News to stay up to date with developing struggles like these and peer past the curtain of media bias. I've been using Ground News for a long time and really appreciate how clear and simple it makes current events. Ground News is a website and app that collects over 50,000 media sources into one place and lets you compare how headlines are being covered across the political spectrum. Every story comes with a quick visual breakdown of the political bias, factuality, and ownership of the sources reporting, all backed by ratings from 3 independent news monitoring organizations. The layout of Ground News allows you to quickly compare headlines and articles to see what information is emphasized or left out. I especially love the blind spot feed, which highlights stories that are disproportionately covered by one side of the political spectrum. Especially when it comes to news about climate change, I think it's really important to see what articles both sides of the political spectrum are missing, which is why I use Ground News literally every day. And right now you can go to ground.news/OCC to get 30% off their Vantage subscription, which includes a feature called My News Bias. It's basically a dashboard that visualizes how you read the news. It shows you your top news sources, whether you engage with different perspectives, what topics you're interested in, and a lot more. So go to ground.news/OCC or click the link in the description to support an independent news platform working to make the media landscape more.
I missed a bunch of that.
In the case of Italy,
Many Indians work
Yeah, this is where I left off. Okay, cool.
during harvest time up to 12 to 13 hours a day.
or Australia.
Employers deduct hundreds of dollars a week for accommodation, transport, and other expenses.
Nerd.
In short, agriculture under racial capitalism is not only chemically and fossil fuel intensive, as I revealed in this video, but it also dehumanizes, abuses, and exploits the workers who support the foundations of farming. Karl Marx put it bluntly: All progress in capitalist agriculture is a progress in the art not only of robbing the worker, but of robbing the soil. So the food that we pile onto our plates and let rot in our landfills is built on a system of dual theft. It relies on the incarceration and exploitation of the racialized other, as well as the desolation and extraction of the soil. So how can we bring an end to this system? The struggle of Terry Mays at Angola and Marisol in the vineyards of California revealed just how broken our global food system is. Alongside the many environmental harms of modern agriculture, the way we grow food in the imperial core heavily relies on the exploitation and oppression of the racialized other. While the prison agribusiness industry and the exploitation of migrant farmers might seem like separate struggles, if we dig under the surface, it's clear that there are many interlocking forces driving the bloody toll our food extracts on marginalized communities. Fortress mentality embodied in calls for stronger border security and immigration and customs enforcement drives and exacerbates the vulnerability of migrant farm workers. Not only does it make work extremely unstable, but anti-immigration policies and crackdowns push a labor force which is quite literally the bedrock of our agricultural system between a rock and a hard place. Either risk being undocumented or work under the confines of an easily exploitable H-2A visa.
Yes, I'll be around for a little bit, Valley. I'm gonna do my makeup.
Exploitable positions. Two bad
Thanks for lurking, Beast.
Paralleling this policing of the border and immigration is the policing of people of color, especially black communities, within U.S. borders. The United States is built on a legacy of slavery and using people of color as cheap and exploitable labor to fuel the wealth and capital accumulation of the white elite. The U.S. prison system is just the newest iteration of centuries of racial capitalist logic. It chains people of color into a captive labor force so that business and industry can make a killing directly and indirectly exploiting their time and toil. The racist policing of both the border and the streets are thus intertwined with the incessant drive of capital to minimize the cost of labor and maximize the profit from commodity sale. These carceral systems create captive and thus easily exploitable labor forces, which enable maximum capital accumulation, which means that the agricultural labor of migrant and incarcerated workers are wrapped up in global capitalism, which exploits and pits reserve armies of labor in the imperial periphery against each other to benefit the wealth and prosperity of companies and capitalists in the imperial core. So, a truly just and sustainable farming system must be anti-capitalist, anti-racist, and globally just. And the first steps towards building that more just, equitable, and sustainable agricultural economy are already on their way. Farm workers have unionized and have built enough power to incorporate much-needed worker reforms under some state laws.
I'm gonna go be a farmer, guys.
Spearheaded by farm workers like Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta, migrant laborers are organizing and struggling for long-needed reforms. Like in New York, where farm workers organized to establish a state law protecting farm worker unionization, requiring overtime pay and worker injury compensation among other wins in 2019. Or similar campaigns in Oregon and Washington
Think about
fought
grown
for new
bees
legislation
and
requiring
corn.
overtime pay for farm workers after 40 hours.
Think
Laws
about
which are now
moving
under
real
pressure from
far.
farm owners seeking to sneak in a loophole for the peak harvest season. Meanwhile, the police and prison abolitionist movement has pervaded public consciousness since the uprisings of 2020, giving strength to unionization efforts and harm reduction tactics bubbling out from incarcerated workers on the inside. Like the thousands of incarcerated laborers in the Alabama prison system who went on strike in 2022 to protest poor prison conditions across the state, or the lawsuits of those imprisoned at Angola decrying the dangerous conditions at the prison farm. These struggles, as James Kilgore notes, are not actions over bread and butter issues. They're about the dehumanizing environment of contemporary prisons, the warehousing of black, brown, and poor human beings,
Thank you, Stan.
the squelching of their soul and spirit. They are striving to rekindle some collective sense of hope in their lives. They need far more than higher wages or a union card. They need freedom. But until the roots of racial capitalism are ripped out of the global food system and resown with anti-racist and anti-imperialist seeds, these
Doing pretty
reforms
good.
will only be
Doing my
band-aids on a
makeup.
festering wound, which means we need to look towards the future, towards a vision of farming
Washing
that
my
doesn't
wig in the
require
background.
the hyper-exploitation of the racialized other to put food on our plates. And as farm workers struggle for justice in the US, small farmers across Europe protest for stable food pricing, an ongoing development that has been covered across the media landscape in a fight that is increasingly becoming politicized and polarized. That's why I've been using this video's sponsored Ground News to stay up to date with developing struggles like these and peer past the curtain of media bias. I've been using Ground News for a long time and really appreciate how clear and simple it makes current events. Ground News is a website and app that collects over 50,000 media sources into one place and lets you compare how headlines are being covered across the political spectrum. Every story comes with a quick visual breakdown of the political bias, factuality, and ownership of the sources reporting, all backed by ratings from 3 independent news monitoring organizations. The layout of Ground News allows you to quickly compare headlines and articles to see what information is emphasized or left out. I especially love the blind spot feed, which highlights stories that are disproportionately covered by one side of the political spectrum. Especially when it comes to news about climate change, I think it's really important to see what articles both sides of the political spectrum are missing, which is why I use Ground News literally every day. And right now you can go to ground.news/OCC to get 30% off their Vantage subscription, which includes a feature called My News Bias. It's basically a dashboard that visualizes how you read the news. It shows you your top news sources, whether you engage with different perspectives, what topics you're interested in, and a lot more. So go to ground.news/OCC or click the link in the description to support an independent news platform working to make the media landscape more transparent.
What are we gonna do?
Watch the Ed and Eddie Christmas holiday special. Is that the one where they have Christmas in July? I vaguely remember that. Okay, the wig is rinsed and drying. Hi guys.
Wake up, your heart is heavier today. Can you feel it? Keep your eyes wide for fear of being led astray. Oh, it hurts.
I'm Don Eby, the managing partner of Robinson & Henry. If you're looking for an attorney, I want you to understand that Robinson &
Good night, Jerome. Sweet dreams. Thanks for hanging out.
One advantage that Robinson...
Our minds are some of the busiest places in the known universe. It's estimated that under a deceptively calm exterior, some 70,000 separate thoughts hurry through consciousness from the moment we wake up to the time we slip into sleep. What many of these thoughts have in common is that we seldom do them any kind of justice. The result is a kind of sensory overload and an immense difficulty processing what we've actually been through. We don't have time to feel the anger we're beset by. We don't have the wherewithal to give room to the sadness that nags at us. We can't, on too many occasions, properly think our own thoughts or feel our own feelings. But these thoughts and feelings do need to be understood and will protest more or less actively when they're not. Anger that hasn't been given its due will emerge as irritability. Grief that hasn't been honoured will metastasize into aimlessness and despair. What we call mental illnesses are usually the outcome of periods of our lives that we haven't had the strength or opportunity to understand or mourn. What can help our troubles is self-exploration, and that's why we've produced 5 questions that we suggest can be rehearsed every evening on a regular basis and will help to appease the sources of our troubles. First question: what am I really worried about? This question recognizes something rather unusual about how we operate. We frequently don't stop to ask ourselves what we're truly worried about. This sounds odd. Surely, if we're worried, we would be expected to pause rather quickly and explore why. But our minds seem not to work in this supremely logical-sounding way. They feel anxious long before they're ever motivated to ask themselves why they might be so. They can carry on for months, even years, under the fog of diffuse concern before setting themselves the challenge of zeroing in on what is really at stake. So the question bids us to stop running and to turn around and look at what might actually be ailing us. The use of the word really is strategic. We often use one worry to shield us from another. We worry about an upcoming interview to protect us from worrying about the state of our relationship. We worry about money in order not to worry about death. So it can be helpful to keep a supplementary inquiry in mind. What worry might lie behind the worry that is currently obsessing me? Second question: what am I presently sad about? We can make honoured will metastasize into aimlessness and despair. What we call mental illnesses are usually the outcome of periods of our lives that we haven't had the strength or opportunity to understand or mourn. What can help our troubles is self-exploration, and that's why we've produced 5 questions that we suggest can be rehearsed every evening on a regular basis and will help to appease the sources of our troubles. First question: what am I really worried about? This question recognizes something rather unusual about how we operate. We frequently don't stop to ask ourselves what we're truly worried about. This sounds odd. Surely, if we're worried, we would be expected to pause rather quickly and explore why. But our minds seem not to work in this supremely logical-sounding way.
I did not. I saw a couple clips on Twitter, but I didn't watch the awards.
They can carry on for months, even years, under the fog of diffuse concern before setting themselves the challenge of zeroing in on what is really at stake. So the question bids us to stop running and to turn around and look at what might actually be ailing us. The use of the word really is strategic. We often use one worry to shield us from another. We worry about an upcoming interview to protect us from worrying about the state of our relationship. We worry about money in order not to worry about death. So it can be helpful to keep a supplementary inquiry in mind. What worry might lie behind the worry that is currently obsessing me? Second question. What am I presently sad about? We can make a generalization. We go around being far braver than is good for us. Because we need to get on with the practicalities of the day, we frequently push to the side all the slights, hurts, disappointments, and griefs that flow through our river of consciousness. We choose not to notice how vulnerable we are for fear that we cannot afford our own sensitivity. But stoicism and strength carry their own dangers. With the help of this question, we should give time to noticing that despite our competent and strong exteriors, lots of smaller and larger things have managed to hurt us today, like every day. Perhaps someone didn't laugh when we told a joke. Our partner's been a little distant of late. A friend didn't call. A senior figure at work was less than completely impressed. We don't need to mock ourselves. We aren't weaklings for being fragile. In fact, there is no clearer evidence of our maturity than our capacity to explore the ways in which we, like everyone else on the planet, are as sensitive and easily bruised as a child. Third question. Who has annoyed me and how? We want to be polite, of course. We're attached to the norms of civilization. It upsets us to think we might be upset. Nevertheless, here too, we need to have the courage of our actual sensitivity. No day goes by without someone annoying us in some rather fundamental way, usually without them in any way meaning to. Our spirits will be lighter if we can bring ourselves to spell out the injury. What happened? How did it make us feel? What might we tell ourselves to re-find equilibrium? If we were lucky, we used to do this sort of thing with a kindly parent when we returned home from school. Now, as careful guardians to ourselves, we can internalize the process and use our inner adult to soothe the always easily flustered, but also easily calmed inner child. Fourth question. What does my body want? Much of what we feel but don't process has a habit of ending up in our bodies. That's why we develop backache, tense shoulders, knotted stomachs, and fluttery hearts. In order to live more easily around our bodies, we should regularly drain them of the emotions that they have unfairly been burdened with. We should mentally scan our bodies from top to toe and ask ourselves what each organ might require. What do my
Bye,
shoulders
Stan. See you
want to
later.
tell me? What would my stomach want to say? What does my back need? What do my legs crave? The questions may sound strange. What is surprising is that we're likely to have some very concrete answers just waiting for us when we ask. Fifth question. What is still lovely? Despite so much that's difficult, every day brings us up against a range of things that still delight and enchant us. Often these elements are small. The light on the kitchen wall in the morning, a child holding its parent's hand at the bus stop, a fig we had at lunchtime. These might not sound like things we should bother to register, but summoned up in their full richness and held in our attention for a few moments, they can help to fortify us against the voices of despair. We tend to assume that if something is lovely, it will strike our minds as being so with full force, without us needing to do anything supplementary. The reality is stranger. We need to make a conscious effort to squeeze joy out of beneficial elements that might otherwise be forgotten without notice. Our lives have some lovely aspects to them, but we may, surprisingly, regularly and rather clumsily, have to make a list of them in order to realize that they exist. When Socrates, apparently the wisest man of antiquity, was asked to define our highest purpose as human beings, he offered a still legendary answer: to know ourselves. We should aspire to be people who never cease to try to make sense of themselves at the close of every day. We should devote ourselves constantly to trying to shrink the scale of the darkness within us, bringing what was once in shadow closer to the light of interpretation, so that we stand a chance of becoming slightly less frantic and rather more joyful, creative, and calm creatures.
You're going to have to get used to asking questions that might make you a little bit uncomfortable. Philosophy is
Welcome to the Huberman Lab podcast, where we discuss science and science-based tools for everyday life.
Are you emo? Maybe. Are you? Sounds familiar.
I've been on my way down. I've been living with the lights out. Get in trouble by the idle sounds of the day to day. I know I let you down. I did nothing to protect you. Didn't know how much you went through. And now it's too late. I wish I did more to love you. I wish I did more to keep you safe. And if I only could.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Weighs heavy on me now. Thinking about all that you went through. Doing anything to numb your way to an empty space. Staring at the ceiling. Trying to figure out a meaning. Trying to buy into the feeling of a better place. I wish I did more to love you. I wish I did more.
Hi, Mike. How you doing? Oh, damn. Whenever you find it, let me know. Sorry, I'm eating some spicy curries.
Heavily sedated, people closer implicated for your love emotion fender. If I wasn't a contender, not even in the race for your attention, second guessing as I sit here and pretend I've done something to offend her. But that's all hearsay, the facts on delay, relax on weekdays. Yeah, the games that we play make cold hearts decay, but one like CK. Yeah, if ever or forever I'll be yours. Yeah, why the inevitable's always at the doors. With all of this imagination, always ask for more. If ever or forever I'll be yours. You feel alone in a common home. Yeah, just don't hurt me. Just don't hurt me no more. You feel alone
Mama told me that there's more to life. See, the struggle's hard, but we pay the price. Yeah. Fulfill your dreams, you know you asked for. Mama told me that there's more to life, baby. More to life. Pay the price, yeah. More to life, more to life. You feel alone when you call me home, yeah. Just don't hurt me, just don't hurt me no more. You feel alone when you call me home, yeah. Just don't hurt me, just don't hurt me no more. You feel alone when you call me home, yeah. Just don't hurt me, just don't hurt me no more. Just don't hurt me. Just don't hurt me, just don't hurt me no more. You feel alone when you call me home, yeah. Just don't hurt me, just don't hurt me no more.
Wanting to start again. Do you ever feel so paper thin like a house of cards, one blow from caving in? Do you ever feel already buried deep? 6 feet under screens, but no one seems to hear a thing. Do you know that there's still a chance for you? Course there's a spark in you.
I do be feeling like that. What is that, Katy Perry? A goat? I do be feeling.
You just gotta ignite the light and let it shine. Just own the night like the 4th of July. Course baby, you're a firework.
You're a firework. Thank you, Kellogg. Thank you very much.
Come on, show them what you're worth. Make and go. Oh, 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 as you shoot across the sky, baby. You're a firework. Come on, let your colors burst. Make and go. Oh, oh, oh.
eyes shut, it's over. Your eyes shut, it's over.
I'm going on tricky things after that. God damn it! What in tarnation? Are you the cult leader, Sylvester Kellogg? Am I giving Illuminati hand signals? What is that? Hi Mello, how are you? Hi Resin. No Resin, you can't get on my lap. I'm doing alright, thanks for asking.
Wanna help
It's just a social group. It's a, what is it, NRM? Something. Something. It's a something, man. Thanks for the follow, 3 Hawks. Welcome in. We were talking about cults earlier. Oh, these people? Yeah, I like it. he giving her drugs? Welcome back, Valley. Damn. That was pretty cool. I don't think so, Valley. Gotta stop playing copyrighted stuff though, YouTube's yelling at me. Psychedelic porn crumpets? What the frick is that? This handpan should be fine. I also think that Andrew Callahan videos don't make me get copyrighted, I'm pretty sure. Okay. So he hops the friggin' border.
Hey Tech Leads, this is Monday Dev, a platform to manage your entire product development lifecycle and connect everyone.
The experience of trekking through the Mexican borderlands is a surreal one. Everywhere you look, you see free-range cows, vacas, 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 and signs asking not to leave garbage. Still, there's a ton of trash, but a lot of it's pretty interesting. You see empty cases of beer, diapers full of poo, Venezuelan flags, printed copies of unanswered emails from US Border Patrol, and a delicious half-eaten Snickers bar just for you.
Hay mucha gente de Venezuela que...
Aquí hay mucha gente de todos lados.
As we begin to walk down a large hill, one of the coyotes stops us and tells us some important information.
No es que sea peligroso, simplemente es mucha cautela, porque...
Mucha cautela.
Para que así nadie sabe nada.
No saben nada de nosotros.
They say the cartel controls this particular human smuggling route, and that as freelancers, they failed to pay the coyote fee, or the cartel tax, which is usually about 20%. And they also didn't tell them we'd be filming. So, in the event that a collector rolls up demanding money, I have to act like we're just a couple of bros on a chill hike.
Okay, está bien.
Truly seeing no other option, I follow them down the hill and into the woods.
Alright,
we're walking through the forest. We're about a mile from the Rio Grande, which obviously is the natural barrier into the state of Texas. So we're gonna follow the homies here. As you can see, there's like a ton of discarded underwear, socks, you know, garbage, empty bottles of water, presumably left behind by previous migrants. It's estimated that just last year alone, you know, roughly 2 million people entered the US this way.
As we continue to walk, I get my first view of the river. This spot, though, they say, is way too hot to cross. Not because of Border Patrol, they say, but because of undercurrents, which are the leading cause of death in the river.
The current can sweep you under that water in just seconds.
Border Patrol agents rescued 2 migrants struggling to stay afloat in the fast-moving water.
Ese, un oso de peluche de un niño. Hay veces cuando un familiar pierde a alguien en el río, es normal que cuelguen eso.
Just left
Lo que me
kid
han
stuffed
dicho.
animal behind. Sí.
Mucha gente sufre, llora demasiado, solo para poder llegar. Pero hay veces que pues, yo me pongo a pensar y que digo que la gente es así pues, porque son así. O sea, no sé si me lo puedo explicar. Todos quieren tener un sueño o una vida muy bien hecha, pero...
The coyote, like many others, don't understand why migrants would go to such lengths just to get to the US. But his perspective is an informed one. He spent most of his life in a border town, and for a year lived in San Antonio and worked as a dishwasher, where he said he felt alienated, exiled, overworked, and depressed.
He estado encerrado, trabajando, encerrado. Es lo único.
But does admit the service wages were much higher. Yet, so was the cost of living, so he was barely able to make any money. This equation is something that very few economic migrants seem to be aware of, which points to a larger issue, which is the widespread proliferation of American dream propaganda in developing nations. Every migrant that I've spoken to, from Senegal to Guinea to Guatemala and to Bangladesh, believe, without any prior experience or really contemporary information about the problems facing American society, that America is paradise, heaven on earth, a place of free elections, free press, and unlimited social welfare programs.
I just been swiping for EDD. Go to the bank, get a stack at least. This shit here better than selling peas. I made some rent that I couldn't believe.
But unfortunately, this is not the case.
The Department of Justice says a rapper who bragged in a music video about getting rich from an unemployment scam is now facing federal charges.
America is in a bad spot in a number of ways, and it seems that most migrants are not aware, as I mentioned, about the skyrocketing cost of living yet stagnant minimum wage in every major US city that's eroding the working class in cities like San Francisco, where many lifetime city natives have been priced out in the past couple years.
Yeah, it's fucked up. It's impossible to live here. The rent is rising, minimum wage is the same, no parking. If you get a parking ticket, nigga, that's a whole check right there. You need to work 3 jobs just to live in a 1-bedroom in Zombieland.
But most migrants seem to be programmed with the opposite vision of America and seem to have been swindled by an aggressive, multi-generational PR campaign, which in my view has totally misled them and left them in the dark on very important information. They're unaware, for example, about the ongoing cold class war in all of America's major cities, or that the majority of US citizens have been strategically divided into politicized consumer groups by the investment firms who control the mainstream media. They've been using the border issue to stoke the flames of an internal culture war between Americans by pulling on liberal heartstrings with migrant sob stories, while simultaneously stoking conservative anger by blaming the global economic crisis on Joe Biden. But both angles are deployed by the same propaganda apparatus whose primary goal is to generate revenue by bringing clicks and engagement to legacy media, which will collapse, but not yet. In the meantime, legacy media's purpose is to distract and divide. Anyways, back to the forest. Me and the coyotes find a gap in the trees, and there she is, the US of A, home to bald eagles, corn dogs, and gangsta rap, drive-through Starbucks, Roll Tide Rush Weekend, apple pie, and the Island Boys. I also see the barbed wire the newsman has been hollering about for the past couple weeks.
Razor wire remains up along the U.S.-Mexico border even after the Supreme Court ruling allowing federal immigration officials to remove it.
Texas has argued that the razor wire is repelling migrants from crossing into the country illegally.
It appears that President Joe Biden and Texas Governor Greg Abbott have been involved in a vicious dispute about having more or less razor wire right there. Biden wants less and Abbott wants more. But it doesn't matter because the majority of river embankments on the American side have no barbed wire at all. It's a non-issue and a distraction, designed to create controversy from afar.
Ya vamos pa' Texas, ya vamos pa' Texas.
He says this is a perfect place to cross, but he's worried it's a bit too deep.
Y si él mira que está hondo, busca otro lado.
Thanks, Beast.
Si no está hondo, pues por ahí pasamos los cuatro agarrados y pasamos.
¿Ustedes van a pasear con nosotros a los Estados Unidos?
This may sound a bit amateur, but I didn't realize up until this point that we were actually gonna cross the river ourselves. I was expecting just like a tour of their route, but obviously they had other plans.
Y luego ahí ya cruzamos para los Estados Unidos.
Sí.
Ah, sí, como $5,000.
God damn it. It was also going to cost us $5,000 a piece. This was not discussed, but I wasn't sure what to do.
So, eso es la primer parte.
La primer parte es esta.
Okay.
Y luego...
Students want more and more exposure to things like computer science, AI, and robotics. I've been investing in education technology for the last 20 years of my life, and it is my passion to dramatically change U.S. education. Donald Trump cannot steal what we won't let him take. Trump is not...
Y luego necesitamos conseguir alguien que nos levante.
Yeah, man.
Y ya nos sube hasta San Antonio.
Okay.
Pero tenemos que caminar a cuenta hasta Uvalde. Háganse para acá y regreso.
At this point, it became quite obvious that I was in far too deep. The coyote told me that after crossing the river, we had to walk from Eagle Pass to Uvalde, Texas, which is over 67 miles on foot. How would this be possible? According to Apple Maps, it said it would take over 24 hours. We had no water. Plus, we apparently owed these guys $5,000. Looking back, I would have asked to turn around, but we were in far too deep. And while they're being pretty cool, you never know when a switch could flip or something. Abruptly, the younger coyote asked me to duck down because a border patrol boat was speeding by.
Todavía un monte y después de este monte sigue ya lo americano.
Okay. ¿Quieres vivir en los Estados Unidos o te gusta vivir aquí en México?
Sí, yo quiero vivir en Estados Unidos, sí. Pero eso ya va a ser después. Ahorita aquí estoy bien.
Sí. Tú tienes 18 años, hay mucho tiempo. ¿O 19?
Sí, 19.
Okay, hay mucho tiempo para
hay mucho tiempo
entrar.
The other coyote asks me to give him the 100 pesos that I'd brought along for emergency purposes. He says someone spotted us and is asking for money. Perhaps naively, I approach the man to see what's going on. The man who asked us for money is a bit strange. He seems to function as both a tax collector and someone who provides first aid and flotation devices to migrants. Whatever his title was or who he works for, I don't know, but there was no option but to bring this man along.
Hola, ¿qué pasa? ¿Puedes decir tu nombre y dónde eres?
Me llamo... Soy de aquí de Piedras Negras.
¿Qué haces hoy?
Pues aquí apoyando a la gente que va cruzando, los estamos apoyando cruzan y a veces no traen su chaleco, no traen protección para el agua, ¿verdad? No traen salvavidas y pues los estamos apoyando, ¿verdad? En eso, para que no vaya a haber un accidente o algo, porque la gente no conoce el río y llega y nada más quiere brincar y cruzan con los niños en los brazos y Pues yo también tengo hijos y eso es lo que...
As we learned in our previous episode, the Rio Grande is 4 feet and 9 inches deep, and 58% of Mexicans reported as not being able to swim. So many children and older grandmothers who try and cross the river into America but are below 4'9" end up drowning.
3 migrants have died near Shelby Park in Eagle Pass. A woman and 2 children drowned in the Rio Grande River.
4 migrants, including an infant, have drowned in Eagle Pass.
Lo que muchas veces no miran ellos, ¿verdad? O sea que pueden tropezar o algo y en lo que se tropiezan el niño puede agarrar agua o algo. Y sí, pues a veces no les ayudamos, pero les avisamos, ¿verdad? Es peligroso, aparentemente se mira tranquilo, pero sí hay lugares donde está hondo y puedes ir caminando y de repente pisas y te hundes y poquita corriente que haya en ese pedazo te lleva.
Sí, ¿qué tipo de trabajo?
Thank you, cowboy.
Creo yo, anda entre los $7,000 y $10,000 entrar a los Estados Unidos. Me queda cerca del río y vengo aquí al río a ver en qué puedo ayudar y a veces me dan algo de dinero, ¿verdad? Y...
Sí, gracias mi amigo para la entrevista.
¿Qué?
Sí.
Chile, ¿tú quién eres, compa? Tú, es que no...
Despite his good Samaritan framing, we had no option but to pay him for his services. Still, apparently this is a bad place to cross. Our coyote points to the water to show me something.
Pues hay varias ocasiones que hay muertos ahí en las pelotas naranjas. Yo le digo las pelotas de la muerte, ¿verdad? Porque cada vez hay muertos ahí.
He points to the orange buoys in the river, installed by the state of Texas to deter migrants.
A disturbing discovery at the border. Security officials found a body trapped in the buoys recently placed in the river across from Eagle Pass.
The coyote says that on multiple occasions he's seen dead bodies trapped in the buoys, so we'll need to keep walking. But stops to tell me that he believes the Border Patrol boat from earlier has been following us using infrared heat sensor cameras. Out of nowhere, the first aid collector man starts hauling ass and my coyote follows him. Naturally, I run after them for about 10 minutes until we finally get back to a new spot in the forest.
The time is right.
Let him have it, fellas.
We need your help. We'd like you to lend us your strength.
All right, let's head inside. Are you ready, leader?
My persona represents...
Once again, they bring up money.
So kind of what they were saying was that right now the standard market rate for an average border crossing with a coyote is between $3,000 and $5,000.
I'm not sure how they expected me to pay them, but I wasn't worried about that. My primary concern was getting back into America. Once there, I'm sure we could easily arrange some kind of wire transfer or something. But I didn't feel that a remote forest in Mexico was the place to negotiate, so I kept going.
All right, so we just made it on a maybe 1.5 mile hike through the woods, and now we're here on the banks of the Rio Grande.
I hear the sound of a machete striking a tree behind me in the distance, so I turn around.
¿Está bien? ¿Tú conoces? Okay. All right, guy with a machete just came out of nowhere. I guess it's kind of normal to want to chop down sticks and shit out here. But yeah, definitely not the most chill thing to see right now.
My coyotes assure me that all is well. He was just making sure that we paid the first aid man. And after a final plunge deep into the woods, we found ourselves at the perfect embankment. There were no orange buoys in the river here, and very limited razor wire on the American side. So they said we'd cross here.
All right, so as you guys can see, we're at the end of the journey here. Right here behind me is the Rio Grande. So over yonder is the United States.
Much like the initial entry point into the forest, migrants had left behind a ton of garbage here.
We got hella garbage here. We got a...
Hello! I'm actually wearing a wig right now.
I hope they're doing well, but I must say they did not do a very good job. But it's all good.
Hope you're having a good night.
There was also a bunch of dudes there, just hanging out.
We got like a Mexican Ernest Hemingway type figure down here.
Just fishing and wishing people the best of luck.
Be careful. You have a good trip. Be careful.
Aw, wholesome.
I'm not sure why, but Ernesto's words gave me the confidence boost that I needed.
Oh.
Come on. Nos vamos. Okay.
See.
After stripping down to my boxers and taking off my shoes, the reality of the risk that we're about to take begins to set in. At this point, I wonder if this whole thing was worth it. After all, many migrants have died on this exact journey.
In 2019 alone, 109 people lost their lives in the Rio Grande River. And last month, the body of a young girl was pulled from that body of water after an unsuccessful attempt to cross.
I see a picture of a young boy on the ground and begin to wonder, did he make it across into America for a better life? There's no way to know. There was also no time to ask questions. The first coyote was already in the water, and it was my turn. Step by step, I inch myself down. And after a few small strides, I reached the water line. From there was only one way to go. In. As I inched through the rushing green water, I began to feel the undertow, the rapid current beneath the river's surface I'd been warned about. And so my coyote asks that we link arms to avoid the rushing currents. I see an entanglement of razor wire that lets me know we're almost home, and Larry Susan's close behind me. Thank God, the experience is finally almost over.
Grab it and the other.
I breathe a sigh of relief as my feet touch American soil. I was finally home, in the land of the free.
I am making TikTok, guys. Hi, 3. How you doing?
Sure, we had 76 miles to go until Uvalde, but at least I made it across the river, and away from Mexico for now. Suddenly, my coyote ducked for cover and told us to be quiet.
Manos arriba. Ven pa' acá usted. Hands up. Speak English.
Bamboozled. Why bamboozled?
No, sir.
Face away from me.
We're journalists.
Usted, manos arriba. Bájate. Súbete. You too. You speak English?
Yeah.
Stand up.
I couldn't believe it. Border Patrol had been watching us the entire time since we entered the forest.
Yeah, I can clearly hear him swimming.
And set up an ambush on the American side to apprehend us.
You two, face away from me. Walk backwards over here. Hey, ven pa' acá, wey.
Immediately, my coyotes jumped back into the water, swimming back to Mexico.
Come back over here. Okay. Get over here.
This left us alone in Border Patrol custody.
There was one guy here, he obviously ran back, and then the 2 USCs right there.
After crossing the river, Andrew and his cameraman were arrested by United States Border Patrol for illegal entry into the United States. They did not realize this, but what they did was a federal felony offense called failure to report. After being arrested, they were driven to a migrant processing center and placed under detainee status and held for several days, much of which was spent in solitary confinement. Thankfully, Channel 5 personnel were able to recover their memory cards, which is how you were able to see this footage. But our team also took things a step further while Andrew was detained. Using details he gave to us over the jail phone, we hired a video game designer to create a graphic recreation of the things he saw and heard on the inside. And we compiled these animations and voiceovers into a documentary. If you'd like to see it, go to our Patreon. www.patreon.com/channel5. Again, that's www.patreon.com/channel5. As many
Yep, they're in jail now. Well, I mean, until next time, which is 4 days ago.
If your child is living with chronic illnesses or disability,
This is me, in the Rio Grande River, hopping the border between Mexico and the United States. Just last year alone, over 2 million migrants entered the US this way. And despite Texas trying to stop them with razor wire, floating barriers, and warning signs, hundreds, if not thousands, still cross every single day. And many, unfortunately, do not survive.
Hundreds of migrants have died trying to make a similar journey. A lot more have been stopped by US border police.
But rarely, if not ever, has this process actually been documented from a first-person perspective. So we, as legal American citizens, decided to put ourselves in the shoes of the migrant, at least for the final chapter of their journey, and cross the river ourselves. This would prove to be not the best idea.
One hand, I'll grab you with the other.
Just a few seconds after crossing back into the US, the coyotes we traveled with told us to get down. And as I laid down in the fetal position in the dirt, I could hear the sound of tires coming to a halt and gravel crackling on the road.
Manos arriba. Ven pa' acá, usted.
Speak English.
Hands up. Speak English?
Yeah.
Get up. Let me see your hands. Got any guns on you?
No, sir.
Face away from me.
We're journalists.
Usted, manos arriba. Bájate. Súbete. You too. You speak English?
Yeah.
Stand up.
As it turned out, United States Border Patrol had been following us for the past hour using infrared heat sensor cameras from boats. Just a minute later, we were placed under arrest, handcuffed, and put in the back of a Border Patrol vehicle. The agents, however, remained on scene to collect our belongings. And by some miracle of God, they forgot to turn off the cameras or confiscate our SD cards, which is how you're able to see this footage. We thought we were going to be fine. I mean, truth be told, we didn't think what we did was illegal. But oh boy, were we wrong. We spent the next 4 days locked up as detainees at a migrant processing center in Eagle Pass, Texas. We weren't given a phone call until 48 hours after our detention. But thankfully, we'd brought along 2 additional videographers for this particular shoot, who were stationed safe and sound on the American side while we crossed the river. Here is their story.
My name is Juan Jimenez.
I'm Elliot Liedgren.
And we got brought on to do some B-roll and film for Channel 5. All of us were like so extremely confident, like we're gonna get this crazy video of what people go through like every fucking day.
This is 250 calories to prevent me from dying of hunger. And then this is a knife to maybe cut through weeds out there.
And we were just like excited. I think we were all excited to like be able to get that footage. But yeah, Andrew and Susan went to jail.
All right, so turns out you actually can't do that. So if you're watching this, don't do what I did.
It's a federal offense called failure to report,
AKA illegal entry to the United States.
punishable by up to 1 year in federal prison and or $5,000 in fines.
You can only enter the United States through an official port of entry with a customs agent there. Even if you're an American citizen, you cannot hop the border into your own country.
It took a lot longer, honestly, than I initially thought. I mean, I think we were on the other side 2-3 hours or something.
Yeah,
like
at
that.
least. So we had their location, and I was like looking at it, and you guys were moving like super slow, but we were rooting for you, you know what I mean? Like, oh fuck, they're probably like, I'm imagining you guys like, you know, crawling through the brush and shit, like fighting off like snakes and scorpions and shit, but
we kept checking like every
just refreshing,
probably, just 10 minutes just being all right, like, oh, the boys are moving.
They get to the Rio Grande and we're like, fuck yeah, they made it to the fucking river, you know? And slowly see them cross. America, fuck yeah, they made it. Then they get to the other side and they're just like motionless for like, gotta be like 15, 20 minutes. And I was like, word, like, you know, again, envisioning them just like waiting for the BP truck to go by and like, you know, just hiding out like 15, 20, 30 minutes. Like it was like, all right, like fuck's going on here? And then boom, speeding up the highway. And then all of a sudden it was like, bam, like Eagle Pass, South Texas Border Patrol Station. I was like, fuck, bro.
Yeah. As soon as the Border Patrol agent apprehended us right across the river, both the coyotes who brought us across jump back in the river, swim back toward Mexico.
Come back, over here. Okay. Get over here.
This left us alone in Border Patrol custody. So I just told them exactly, what was up. I told them, hey, we're journalists. We're trying to interview some migrants. We interviewed some people on the Mexican side. We just interviewed those guys that brought us across, but we don't actually know who they are, which is true. So they were actually pretty cool. Like the Border Patrol agents, if I remember correctly, they were like understanding. They just said, okay, we're gonna take you to the facility. We're gonna run your IDs, run your name, make sure you have no criminal charges. And then once we check for that, you guys will be good to go. So we thought it was gonna be fine. So we get there to the Border Patrol facility. They take the shoelaces out of our shoes, give us flip-flops, give me this blue outfit, and we walk in. It kind of looks like a DMV or a Department of Licensing, depending on which state you're in. So you know how it is. It's like you got 6 computers behind this like Citadel type center complex. Everyone's typing away, running people's names and shit. We're just sitting there waiting, you know what I mean? So I go up there, they take my fingerprint, they take a picture of me, they ask me a couple basic questions. What were you doing in Mexico? Have you ever been to North Korea? Like, have you ever been to Russia before? Random shit to see if I was like a spy. They were like, and then he was like, all right, cool, sounds good. We'll talk to you in a second. So I sit on one of the benches right there. I'm just waiting to be released, obviously, because I'm like, oh, once they figure out that we are journalists, I was like, look up our channel, you'll see what we do, like we meant no ill intent, it's all good. So the Border Patrol dudes start telling me these stories about how they've had to rescue drowning children and how they've had to discover dead bodies floating in the river and just all these traumatic incidents that their job entails, and how they felt like we were kind of making a mockery of their job and the risk associated by trying to cross, which I was sympathetic to. Looking back, I think we did go a bit beyond what is safe and acceptable, but I wanted to get the story, so I figured it made sense at the time. But looking back, I probably wouldn't do it again. I do my interview. Behind me, there had to have been, I would say, like 200 migrants just staring at me through this glass window. And it was like the weirdest thing I'd ever seen. And they were bewildered as well because they were also wearing these outfits, and they saw I was in the outfit, and I'm visibly American, and Susan is also visibly American. At first, it was a little bit awkward, but then I guess there's some metal star in Latin America that looks just like Susan. What's his name? El Buki. El Buki, I guess they're a big fan. So we hear people yelling, El Buki, and going like this, like El Buki. Susan just turns back and he's like this, El Buki, and they're all just like, yeah! They were hyped on us, And most of these dudes are covered in water from the Rio Grande, like bloodshot eyes. I can't even imagine how long they've been on the road for. Like, if I wasn't mistaken, like most of them were being processed to be sent home. It wasn't like a put you on a bus, take you to Chicago type of situation. It was like kind of dark vibes. And so I'm looking at, all these dudes in the box, as they call it, and I'm like, oh, thank God I'm not going in there. Like it's gonna be fine. And so they call me back up and they're like, Callahan, you're being brought up for prosecution. And they're like, illegal entry into the United States. And I'm like, what the fuck? I was like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean illegal entry? Like, I'm not an illegal. And one of them goes, I know you're not an illegal alien, but you did something an illegal alien would do. I asked the dude there, I'm like, all right, let's keep it real. Like, when are we getting out of here? And he's like, probably a couple hours. Remember that? And I'm like, all right, should I wait in here? He's like, no, we're gonna have you wait in the box. I'm just like, dude, no fucking way. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm like kicking and screaming at this moment. I was like, I'm a fucking American citizen and I have rights. And they were like, you're a detainee. And I guess detention status isn't like being processed in a county jail.
So, obviously, first thing we did was try to call the Border Patrol office, and it's funny, when I was on the phone with them, like, I was starting to realize that they don't operate like regular cops. Like, if you get...
Thank you so much, Martin. I hope you're having a great day.
You'll end up on some booking website, like, probably by the end of the night. All the info's there. They'll see when you got locked up, what you're there for. When I called them, they basically said, if you have friends that are here right now, they are under investigation. And if they're under investigation, we're not at liberty to talk about any of this. They didn't have to confirm, like, whether or not they were there or anything. Like,
being in the custody of CBP is not the same as being custody of with the police.
Right.
Because police, there's the Constitution and everything, all of that. CBP, not so much, because if you're illegal, you don't have constitutional rights. They could be charged with human trafficking if they were believed to be so, because if 2 guys going across the border and you bring somebody with you, that's human trafficking.
So being a detainee is super weird because you don't have access to traditional jail shit. Like, there's no rec time, there's no commissary or like phone calls. So I go into this box, right? Extremely bright room, probably 20 feet wide, 20 feet long, 20 by 20 room with maybe 60 migrants in there, all huddled up next to each other. There's one giant jug of Gatorade in the middle. They have a tiny TV in there, and that movie Marley and Me was playing, that Owen Wilson movie where the golden retriever died. guys. Spoiler alert. And there's one sink and one toilet for 50 people. Whew! That did not stop dudes from shitting. Man, I've never smelled gnarlier shits in my life. I walk in and they were like, ¿Por qué estás aquí? And I was like, soy americano. And they were like, americano y estás aquí? ¿Por qué? And so I became like a real golden goose up in that pod. There's this big ass tag on the wall that says MS Honduras, like, you know, MS-13 Honduras. All these fucking dudes in there start pointing to it and they're like, Mira, Mississippi! Aha, Mississippi! They acting like I did it because I'm white. They were just fucking with me. Susan is in the other pod across the way. So I see him, I don't know what it was, but I see him sitting there and this Haitian dude was looking at Susan like he was trying to like run his cheeks type vibes. Do you remember him? I look over at you, I see you, and this Haitian dude looking at me like this.
It didn't stop for at least 25 minutes.
So I'm laughing hysterically because this guy's gotta be like 5 feet away from Susan. So I keep going like this, letting the homie know I'm all right. Ended up talking to these kids from Colombia, super cool ass like 19-year-old kids from Colombia. Had absolutely no idea about like what America was like. Didn't even know where they were going. They were just like, yeah, we just left Medellin. We're from the slums. We left the slums of Medellin 2 days ago. The first thing they asked me is they're like, where do people speak Spanish at? And I was like, pretty much everywhere, you know, a lot of Mexicans in Texas and California and the Southwest. And in Florida, you got the Cubans, and New York and Philly, you got Puerto Ricans and Dominicans and stuff. And they were like, what about Nashville? And I was like, no, they don't speak Spanish there. I was like the one place where I was like, they definitely don't speak Spanish there. And they were like, that's where I want to go. And I was like, why? And they were like, Taylor Swift, she's so sexy. I love Taylor Swift. And like, that was like their fantasy, was to just like cowboy and cowgirl. Like, it was that simple. And I realized like, damn, not every migrant is like at the end of their wits. Like, some of them just want to have an adventure. And that's what these kids were on. And I was like, are you guys worried about getting deported? They're like, nah, we'll just come back again. And so that was interesting. So I chopped it up with them. They were asking me about my tattoos and shit. A lot of them, you know, were funny and shit. Yeah, there was some bullying happening in the pod because there was this kid who wouldn't stop crying. And you know, like, we're not talking about crying. Like, he was like, you know, and no disrespect because I'm sure he was going through it, but like, there's 50 dudes in there. Half of them are trying to sleep. Some are trying to watch Marley and Me. I keep trying to run the dude up for Capri Suns, and this dude in the corner is blowing everybody's high. And so he's just like, ah! And so I go up to him, naturally being someone that tries to empathize with people. I'm like, dude, what's going on? And he's like, Nepal, Nepal. I was like, yep, Nepal. And he points to his wristband and it said like Nepal 18. So he was from Nepal. And I was like, yeah, Nepal. And he's like, Nepal, Nepal. I was like, God, this guy sucks. But he was cool. He was just so bummed out. And just found it crazy there was people all the way from Nepal and shit. I would say that in the 4 days that we were locked up at the facility, we probably saw 10,000 people being processed from all walks of life, from all countries I could even think of. Countries I didn't even know existed. Uzbekistan, the hell's that? Like, some of them, it was a really difficult situation with the translation because most of the Border Patrol agents speak Spanish and English. So they're on the phone with the fucking Bangladeshi consulate being like, do you claim this, man? You know what I mean? They're like, yeah, they got phones and translators and shit. Kid from Nepal is crying. Got Congress people from Kathmandu being like, bring him home. It's a fucking nightmare. It's like you're in the UN. But man, I saw so many people.
It's taken my family generations to perfect the perfect curry. Patax makes perfect.
While I was detained, Elliot and Juan did their best to continue the shoot and walked around Eagle Pass asking people if they knew of something going on.
We went to the smoke shop to get some rolling papers, and the locals there, they told us about some street races that were going on.
I started recording, there was the first race. All of a sudden, like, you know, and I just happened to be recording, thank God, like, you know, and fucking, so I got this gnarly car crash on camera, and then the smoke clears, and you can just see the fucking, like, the carcass of that fucking car, like, left there. Oh my God, they were saying it was some $300,000 car that was on Street Outlaws or something like that.
As night began to fall on the first day of my detention, Elliot and Juan went to a local bar called Cooters, expecting me to be released at any moment.
Free them boys!
Free my guys.
Free them boys, bro. This shit's fucked up, bro.
Then all of a sudden, the guards come back about 3 hours later. They say, everybody except Callahan, get on the bus. Everybody from the pod fucking leaves. And I'm like, what the fuck, man? I'm trying to get out of here. And they're like, yeah, your case is kind of a weird one, and the courts are pretty backed up right now, so we're just gonna have you hang tight, all right?
See you in a bit. Fucking as soon as all the homies leave, 60 new guys come in. So I'm sitting alone. All these migrants start dumping into the pod. I'm like, fuck. So this nightmare repeats itself over and over again to the point where even the guards realize they're being a little bit too harsh. So they put me and Susan in a solitary confinement cell together. It was the best moment of my life. They were like, Callahan. And I'm like, oh, am I getting out? They were like, you and Susan are going to the hole. We can't have you fraternizing with these illegal aliens. They seem to be taking a real liking to you. And I was like, shit. So they put me and Susan in the cell, and it's 62 degrees. When I talked to an immigration-related journalist later, they said they refer to these rooms as the ice boxes. How do you say it? Hieleras? Hieleras. And they purposely make them as cold as possible to like send a message to migrants so when they get out and they go back and tell their families or potential people who want to cross, like, yo, it's freezing in there. So it's 62 degrees. And also, like, the thing that I didn't even know that fucked me up is no natural light. And I'm not talking about the beer. I'm talking about the sun. Like, it fucks with you. I didn't like really understand that I was dependent on the sun, like as a human being. Like, I never saw the sunlight and I was like, oh, fuck, thank God. But when you're just like in a room where the lights never turn on.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Bed, there's no pillow. There is just the cold, hard ground, a vent blowing out 62-degree air, and a little like bench type situation with no mat on it either. And it was horrible, especially because I had no idea how long I'd be in there for. They wouldn't tell me when I'm getting out. I was like, am I getting out tomorrow or the next day? Dude, 2 days go by.
On the beginning of the second day in the processing center, they decided to separate me and Susan, they say, for legal reasons. They said that because our case was ongoing, there were concerns that we were conspiring to provide the Department of Homeland Security with a false alibi, and so they moved us both to solitary confinement cells.
Yeah, no, it was crazy. I was sitting there in my cell, stinking up the place. No showers, no hand soap, and also like just like wondering what my bros were up to. I can only imagine how they must have felt. I mean, they must have been worried sick thinking about, you know, what I was going through. Like I just imagined how hard it must have been for them to know that their homie was being held in a small concrete cage.
So all of this happened to be going down during Halloween weekend. So at one point, like, yeah, and like, it was funny. It was like, are we really gonna go to a Halloween party right now while our boys are locked up? It's like, I don't know what else to do. Like, we gotta get this footage. Like, let's go see what's happening in Eagle Pass.
So we go out Saturday, we go to the Halloween party.
Cheddar, of course, gets us the address. We pull up, and it's like, I haven't been to a party like this in a while. It was like solo cups. There's like a pool that fully clothed people are like kind of swimming in. Like, everybody's dressed up. They're playing fucking goddamn square dancing music. Like, the whole fucking, the party was popping. It was,
yeah,
it was
lit.
It was fucking lit.
We were like all rolling around with cameras, and I was just like telling people to jump in the pool, and they would jump in the pool. Best shit ever.
Yeah, so learned how to square dance that night. That was sick.
Thankfully, they also did as I would do and found a rapper to freestyle by the end of the night.
You already know, coming up from the 830 to the 405 with my native tribe, spitting this alive, spitting this shit to survive. You already know we're coming up and so live. Yeah, with the border crisis, you already fucking know. Fuck ISIS, you already fucking know.
It's been 36 hours. It's coming up on 48. Now we got to call somebody. Now we got to reach out and like keep people in the loop and, you know, kind of make like a team. I was under the impression that if Susan or Andrew got a call, they were probably going to call like the wife or the mom or the girlfriend, right? So basically had to give them a hard call and be like, hey, I don't know how to say this, but, you know, our boys are locked up right now. I'm really not working with much information, but I do know that if they get a call, one of you three is going to be the call. Let's have an open line of communication. We started a group chat, like, you know, just so we could all be on the same page, just like keep all the worrying to like a minimum. It was a super intense situation. It was kind of at first, it was like, haha, oh shit. And then like now it was like, all right, now that they're being in there for almost 2 days with no information, we have no idea what's going on. It was super real. It was starting to feel like fucked up. And then, you know, your mind starts wondering like, holy shit, maybe this is way more illegal than I anticipated. Like maybe there's actually the thought of like, you know, them being in jail for like 3, 6 months, a year, like that started becoming like an actual possibility. Like, fuck.
As night fell on day 3, hygiene became a real issue.
We start really stinking. And so I start requesting showers. I'm like, please can I shower? Please can I have a mat? Please can I have a pillow? Can I have anything?
And they were just like, no. You know, I was like, all right, well, can I get a phone call? They're like, nope, nothing. No access to any of that shit. So I was just requesting Capri Sun after Capri Sun for like 3.5 hours. Finally, they let me get one phone call. And so I call my mom. I'm like, yo, I'm okay. Tell my girl I'm okay. Let all the homies know I'm good. I just want people to know that I'm safe, you know, and not, you know, beheaded by the cartel or some shit.
And so it was time to get in touch with some lawyers. And so we had literally pulled up to some
breast cancer awareness festival or something like that that they host every year.
Still not having a fluid understanding of what exactly my charges were, Elliot and Juan went to a local non-profit event to speak with some lawyers. Immigration lawyers, specifically, who were offering free consultations.
My name is Edgar Juarez. I am originally from South Texas, but I'm here living in Eagle Pass, Texas. I am a criminal defense attorney.
So, hypothetically,
okay,
if an American citizen was for some reason to want to cross over illegally, what would the ramifications be? Would they, if they got caught by Border Patrol?
Okay, so if you're talking about a U.S. citizen that's in Mexico and he decides to do a trek across into the United States as if he didn't have documentation to cross, and he were to cross that way, more than likely he will be detained and he's looking at criminal offenses. A lot of people don't know this, but to enter to the United States, you need to enter into a port of entry. There are designated ports of entries, and you need to enter through that. And if you don't, and if you don't present for yourself for inspection, that's a federal offense. A lot of people don't know, but it's my understanding that when astronauts land, they come back from space and they land into the United States, they actually have to go through customs. Because why? Because they're entering into the United States. When you enter into the United States, you need to present yourself to immigration inspection so that they can verify that you're here in this country legally.
That was the craziest shit. He was like, yeah, even when fucking like astronauts come back, like they have to check in with Border Patrol. And
End of day 3, about 3 in the morning. Officer Javian, you're the fucking homie. If you're watching this, Javian, you're the coolest Border Patrol agent in the whole world. He knocks on the door and he's like, you guys want to get a shower? Man, he walks us out of the building. Okay, we get to see the moon. I don't know if you ever seen the moon after spending 2 days locked up, but it's nice. I'm looking at the moon, I see the stars, I'm just like, oh my God, it's nighttime. I didn't know it was nighttime, and I was like, damn, nighttime's such a beautiful thing. The stars and the calm of night, you know what I mean? You know, it was crazy for me to look out there and see the highway and be like, damn, the homies have no idea where I'm at. So he lets us get a shower. Javian says, take all the time you need. We get out of the shower. Bro gives me a Camel Crush. He gives me a cigarette. That was awesome. So if you're watching this, bro, thanks for the cigarette. Real shit. And the shower. Fuck with Javian. Shout out to Officer Javian. Finally, it must have been 6 o'clock in the morning. The night before, they finally moved me and Susan into the same cell. They let us watch The Matrix, which I'd never seen before. It's pretty dope. And then this one Border Patrol agent comes by, and he's like, you boys ready to see sunlight again? And we're just like, no way. And he just drops us off at the fucking gas station.
Oh.
The fuck was that advertisement?
Fucked up and let us out the bed.
Fuck, boy. Yo, the dogs? Sheesh. I wonder how many people have gotten out.
Some kind of succubus gotcha game. I think I can go back to the ads.
The SD card. I knew. I was like, bro, I don't know if you boofed it or like hit it under like on some blood diamond shit where you just like hit it in the fucking dirt.
Yeah, that was crazy, man. It's good to be out.
Oh my God, bro. Holy shit, I'm so happy to see you guys.
You guys got interviews and shit?
Chief of Police, Sheriff.
You put a mic on?
Yeah.
Should we talk about what happened? Or should we? I don't want to go near there.
Yeah.
Few words could describe the joy of leaving that God-forsaken, awful place behind. I could hardly believe it only been 4 days since I was in the Mexican countryside admiring free-range cows and stressing about my next YouTube upload. This may sound dramatic, especially because it was only a 4-day bid, but I left Texas with a newfound appreciation for my own freedom. All of a sudden, simple choices like the ability to pick what meal you want to eat for lunch felt like the privileges of a king. And for the first time in a very long while, I was able to completely detach myself from anxieties about career, reputation, status, legacy, and other non-tangible things that can disappear or shift in a heartbeat. And just focus completely on the delicious cheeseburger, truly living in the moment and feeling nothing but gratitude for being alive and free. After a long drive home, Susan and I realized we'd both received letters from the U.S. Customs and Border Protection Office. Thankfully, they decided to drop our felonies, but still charged us both $5,000 as a penalty. And since that's exactly what the Coyotes apparently expected us to pay them, I'd say that all things considered, we broke even. But still, Susan and I made a pact after this journey, and that was to never ever go back to Eagle Pass, Texas. But shortly after our release, the journalism gods spoke to us, informing us that 700,000 American truckers were headed to Eagle Pass as a part of the God's Army convoy to defend the border.
700,000 vehicles? That's the prediction here. The Take Our Border Back convoy is headed there for a rally planned for Saturday.
This is the time for us to rise up as the American people and demand that our president do his job.
This, of course, came after Governor Greg Abbott decided to deploy Texas state troops to seize Shelby Park and prevent the Border Patrol from cutting down the razor wire on the Rio Grande embankment. Among the convoy participants, apparently, was former Alaska Governor Sarah Palin and rock star Ted Nugent. And so for this special occasion, Susan and I decided to break our pact and headed back to Eagle Pass.
You know how they're saying that the Holocaust didn't even happen? It happened. And it's going to happen again if we keep this up.
They're getting free stuff when our own veterans and homeless are on the streets where others are getting hotels.
If you want to see our new episode,
Yeah, I think it's on his Patreon.
Convoy, go to our Patreon. www.patreon.com/channel5. As many of you know, we are a completely independent, primarily crowdfunded news organization. And it's your monthly support that makes this all possible.
Right here, Lord, you brought them here. They are here. They are at our gates. Spirit of counsel, spirit of wisdom. No spirit but your Holy Spirit has any kind of power, God.
Yeah, this is pretty much it. The vibes are mellow, things are chill. This park is called the Children's Ranch, but it's not for kids, it's for all ages.
Channel 5 Live Worldwide, Hollywood and Vine.
Fuck the authority, Channel 5 News.
Channel 55, we don't fuck with custers, and 5 is the best number.
Fuck us.
What if you could have some kind of
Mind Valley people and A-Fest.
When Doug and Andre came to TurboTax,
we navigated a turbulent.
Find someone to raid on Twitch, but thank you so much for hanging out with me today, guys. I think I'll be back tomorrow. We'll see. I'll let you guys know. Or I'll just show up. One or the other. Let's see, who's on Twitch? Who's on Twitch? Project Melody is on Twitch. Let's raid Project Melody. Everyone join my Twitch. It's twitch.tv/Cassie Catnip. Thanks so much for hanging out, guys. Thanks for the awesome stream. I love y'all. I hope you have a beautiful night. Go say what's up to Project Melody for me. And I will see you guys very soon. Bye.
Tired of drowning.
and then waiting for my stuff to materialize not in the water. Honestly, I think this is like a dream house.